summit. My name is Aimable Nsabimana. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration at Rwanda Polytechnic. Rwanda Polytechnic is a public higher learning institution in charge of training higher technical and vocational students in Rwanda. But I'm also a faculty member at the University of Rwanda in Economics Department. I'm going to be MC for this morning, and I'm pleased also to call upon Carlson Cristiano, the Executive Director of SIGA, to give the introduction remark. Welcome.
Thanks so much, Aimable. I've been told that it's okay if we take our mask off while we're speaking or while we're actively eating or drinking. So I'm going to take my mask off for a minute. So good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to welcome all of you to the 10th Annual Africa Evidence Summit. It's been a whole decade. Can you hear me? Okay. The Africa Evidence Summit used to be called the East Summit. Some of you might remember. Named after our signature East Fellowship. So thank you all so much for being here and for bearing with our COVID protocols. I know it was a little bit of a hassle to get in the door this morning, but we want all of you to have a very safe and enjoyable experience here. So my name is Carlson Cristiano. I'm the Executive Director of SIGA, which is the Center for Effective Global Action. Thanks. I'm going to tell you a little bit about SIGA in a moment, but I'm very happy to be with all of you here in Kigali. This is my first time in Rwanda. So far, it's been a wonderful couple of days. I'm just thrilled that we're able to host this event in person for the first time since 2019. There's just simply no substitute for getting to talk to each other face to face. We have a lot of different people in the room today. We have researchers, we have policymakers, we have practitioners, and I really hope that you all spend the time today to talk to one another and share ideas and start marinating on some new partnership ideas. So thanks to everybody for being here and to the Lamigo Hotel for hosting us. Of course, this event, hold on, how do I turn it won't advance. Can someone help me advance the slide, please? I'm going to continue, but can someone, there we go. Next slide. So I want to thank the Rwandan partners here. Without their help, this event simply would not be possible. So we have the University of Rwanda and the Center for Impact, Innovation, Capacity Building for Health Information Systems and Nutrition. And special thanks to NIERA members Aimable, Sambina, the lecturer at University of Rwanda, who you just met, and to Janine Kondo, who is a medical doctor, professor of public health, and CEO of Seek-In. She's a busy woman, and I'm just so grateful for all of the support that they've provided and input to this event. So I'd also like to acknowledge, if you go back one slide, the support of our donors. So the Hewlett Foundation, Fogarty International Center, NIH, and an anonymous donor. These institutions have been so much more than funders to us. They've really been thought partners as we've developed these programs and expanded to meet growing demand for impact evaluation training and research. So now I'm going to tell you, if you go, let's go to the next slide, about our main co-host. So SIGA is the Center for Effective Global Action based at UC Berkeley in the United States. Our mission is to improve the lives of people living in poverty using insights and tools for decision makers backed by rigorous, inclusive, and transparent research. Our academic network includes over 140 faculty now who are in many different disciplines based at different institutions up and down the west coast of North America. And working with graduate students and partners all over the world, SIGA researchers use rigorous methods like RCTs, quasi-experimental methods, and also tools from data science to try to understand what works to expand education, health, and economic opportunities for people living in poverty. I'm going to talk a little more about SIGA's capacity building in a second. You'll also hear from SIGA's founder and faculty co-director, Ted Miguel, later this morning. And on the SIGA team, I'd really like to thank some amazing staff. So Maya Ranganath, who's our, can you raise your hand, Maya? Who's our Associate Director of Global Networks and Inclusion, Chelsea Downs, Amy Shippo, who ran our Wagape program, which was the last couple of days. Some of you attended that. Dan Kasara, Iman Abbasi. There are more of them in this room. I hope you'll get to meet the SIGA staff. It's not easy co-hosting an event that's being hosted 10,000 miles from where you live. So it's been a bit challenging, but we're so happy that this is all happening now. And also our colleagues from Northwestern have pitched in the last few days and hours to help make this happen. So next slide. There we go. Since 2018, we've partnered with NIERA. And NIERA is the Network of Impact Evaluation Researchers in Africa. I'm so proud of this partnership. I think it's come a long way in just a few years. So NIERA was founded by alumni of our East Fellowship Program, which I'll tell you a little bit more about in a second. It's headquartered at US International University in Kenya. Today, the NIERA network includes over 40 African scholars who are advancing decision-focused evaluation of social and economic development programs to improve well-being. They focus on capacity building, so they offer training and mentorship. They also support evidence generation and policy outreach. So currently, NIERA members hail from several East African countries, but I believe they have plans to expand to other African countries as well. And Sam Oti will tell you more about NIERA during his presentation on demand-driven research tomorrow. And from NIERA, I'd really like to thank the chairman, Amos Janguna, who has been amazing and has become a close colleague and friend over the years that we've worked together, as well as Sam Oti, Jennifer Nyakinya, and Maina, of course, Janine Kondo, who I mentioned, and Imable, and I'm sure I'm leaving out some of our NIERA colleagues who have helped out. So now I want to remind us why we're here today and tomorrow. So we're here to share evidence to inform decision-making in Africa. We're here to talk about how we can make the evidence better and more inclusive. And we're here to spark new collaborations, which is why I hope you'll all stay for the coffee breaks and the lunch hours and the happy hours. I wanted to focus us all on some good news, which is that over the past decade, as long as SIGA has been here, and in the past few years since NIERA has been founded, there's really more empirical evidence than ever before. So the number of impact evaluations has just exponentially increased. I think the American Economic Association's RCT registry now has almost 6,000 evaluations. And the 3IE registry, which includes both randomized and quasi-experimental studies, has over 10,000 evaluations registered. So that's a lot of evidence that policymakers can draw on to make decisions. We have more researchers than ever before, and especially on the African continent. So we're seeing scientific production by African scholars increasing something like 40% over the last 5 years. We have better data and better methods now than we ever did. We're using new types of data from mobile phones, from satellites, from sensor networks. We're digitizing administrative data and synthesizing data in a way that we never did before. And in addition, we're seeing tools like artificial intelligence, machine learning, other methods being used to support the policy decision-making process. And policymakers are taking evidence a lot more seriously. Of course, we still have a long way to go, but I'm very excited about some recent examples of policymakers working directly with researchers to incorporate insights. In Togo, just last year, a team of researchers from SIGA and IPA worked together to integrate new methods for targeting aid in the wake of COVID-19. So they were able to identify the citizens with the greatest need for humanitarian support by using new types of data from mobile phones and satellites. The program was so successful that other African countries have begun scaling up that program and adapting it, including the DRC. So now to talk briefly about inclusion. It's not just about whether or how evidence is being generated, but who is generating it. And I think all of us here really understand that there remains a significant gap between the number of African scholars and North American or European scholars that are studying issues that are really relevant to the African continent. And so SIGA really believes that investing in local research talent is key to catalyzing evidence-based policy change. I'm going to go quickly to our approach here in the interest of time. So our approach to inclusion and capacity building includes 3 pillars. We offer fellowships, and there are a lot of people in this room who have benefited, I think, from these fellowships. And funding for research and for training, as well as convening, and that's what we're doing today. So since 2012, we've hosted semester-long fellowships for over 60 African scholars at UC Berkeley, where SIGA is based. The fellows develop research proposals with faculty and student mentors. They take classes, they attend seminars, and they meet with faculty and other researchers across the SIGA network. I'm happy to say that we recently expanded our fellowship programs to West Africa, and we have a couple of Ghanaian partners and researchers in the room today. I'm referring to our Development Impact West Africa program, which is a partnership with GIMPA in Ghana. We've also started offering virtual fellowships. During the pandemic, we realized how big of an opportunity it was to offer some of the mentorship and training online. And so that's allowing new fellows to join us that maybe couldn't travel to the US before. So we're really looking forward to continuing to expand our fellowship programs geographically and to be even more creative about how we deliver that training. I'd love to see all of the fellows raise their hands today. Can you raise your hand if you have either come to Berkeley or maybe you're looking forward to coming to Berkeley this semester? Yeah, and if you're a participant and haven't done a fellowship and you're interested to learn more, please ask them about their experience. So the second pillar here is funding. SIGA provides grants to fellows for research and also to go back to their home countries and train others in impact evaluation methods. We typically award around $300,000 US in research funding a year, with grants between $50,000 and $75,000. And then with the training grants, the fellows have gone back and trained, I think, over 1,200 researchers and policymakers to date. So that's a really exciting number. Finally, the network building pillar of the global networks approach involves bringing people together and understanding that having access to new types of partnerships and learning from each other is just such a key part of capacity building. So we host this annual evidence summit. We host the Wagape event, which is the Working Group on African Political Economy. So there was a small group of people who met over the last few days to discuss relevant work. We include local scholars in SIGA events. We invite them to present at our conferences. We support African institutions in their own capacity building efforts. And it's been very exciting to see a lot of our partners and some of the NIERA institutional partners take the lead on these efforts. You'll hear later today from Maya about a new effort that SIGA is engaged in called CEDAR, which is the Collaboration for Inclusive Development Research, which really looks at inclusion from a systems perspective. And let's see. So finally, I want to welcome you all to the annual Africa Evidence Summit, our 10th. I'm going to give you a very quick preview and then hand it back over to Aimable to introduce our first speakers. We're going to have the Vice Chancellor, unfortunately couldn't be here, but has sent a representative from the University of Rwanda. We're very excited to have Rwanda's Minister of State for Agriculture and Animal Resources here with us, and we're going to hear him deliver a keynote address. SIGA Faculty Director Ted Miguel is going to moderate a panel on food security in Rwanda. We'll look at living standards and COVID-19. This is a multi-country study looking at new evidence from the pandemic. And then we'll hear presentations on a number of different topics, health and well-being. I want to highlight that there'll be a poster session this afternoon, and we have lots of people who have made really incredible posters that I hope you'll go and look at during the time that we've set aside for this. and then there'll be a panel and our cocktail reception. So don't leave early. I think there'll be more time to view posters this afternoon. And I'll skip over the day too because you all have your agendas. So check out the folders that you've been given. We have a document that will give you little takeaways from each of the projects that will be presented, descriptions of each of the posters, as well as information about SIGA and Yera. If you ever have a question during the conference or need help, look for the staff who have orange name tags, just like mine. So these are the organizers, and they can either answer your question or send you to the right person. Amy and Maya are helping organize the poster session. So Amy, where are you? Amy and Maya, raise your hand. So go to them for questions about the posters. If you're speaking, please be prepared for strict but gentle timekeeping. So we're going to be reminding you of the amount of time you have left to stay on track. And please hold your questions for the designated Q&A periods. And if you raise your hand with a question, somebody will come to you with a microphone, so there's no need to get up. Okay, with that, I pass it back to Aimable to introduce our speaker.
Thank you very much, Carlson, the Executive Director of SIGA. I think you can give another clap for her. Honorable Minister, allow me to introduce also the Director General of RAB, those who may not know, Dr. Kalangwa, who is coming to join us and will talk about food security. You are most welcome. Thank you very much, Executive Director, for the introduction. At least now, those who didn't have more information about SIGA, now they have more clue, and I can really give testimony. I'm part of the East Philo. I know how much it has changed my research capacity and development. You are thankful. Without delay, I would like to invite Dr. Claver, the Principal of College of Business and Economics, to give the well-marked introduction from the University of Rwanda. Dr. Claver is representing the Vice Chancellor, who has an urgent expected change on the agenda, and he's going to tell us about University of Rwanda. You are most welcome.
Thank you, Aimable. I should say DVC. We are not used to it because he was appointed recently. So I was tempted to say colleague, Dr. Aimable, but now he's DVC, and I'm happy to have really a colleague like him who have gone through all those processes in the training with East and SIGA as well. So I'm Dr. Pierre Claver Rutaisire, acting principal of the College of Business and Economics, and I'm here on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the university, who could not be with us because he was in another meeting with the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. So, Honorable Minister of State in the Ministry of Agriculture, Professor Jean Chrysostome Gabitsinze, Executive Director of SIGA, Carlson Cristiano, representative of co-host organization of these events, CEO and representative of public and private institutions, distinguished participants, all protocol observed, good morning. I welcome you all in this 2022 Annual African Summit. The University of Rwanda is delighted to be partner on this event, which bring every year researchers, policymakers, development practitioners to promote evidence-informed policymaking in West as well as in East Africa. And more importantly, the University of Rwanda is pleased to count some academic staff trained and funded through SIGA Yesterday, I got the chance of participating in the WAGAP presentations from fellows, and I can assure you, I would really, let's say, invite or commend this to any researcher, not only juniors, fellows or PhDs, but also academic staff to be part of this, because it's really a good exercise. I enjoyed really having exchange with those. So the University of Rwanda is quite a young university, because it was established in 2013 through a merger of the former 7 high learning institutions. And the merger resulted into 6 colleges, which are spread in all over the country in 10 campuses distributed in the whole country, Kigali, but also in the 4 provinces. So I won't go into more details into statistics, but keep in mind the number of 26,000, more than 26,000 students. That is the number of students we are having every year in university. We are registering 10 new students every year. Of course, those are undergraduate and postgraduate students. So the 6 colleges are the colleges of Arts and Social Sciences, College of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine, the College of Business and Economics, the College of Science and Technology, the College of Medicine and Health Sciences, and the College of Education. The restructuring of the university involved the establishment of campuses across the 4 provinces and city of Kigali, as I said. This has contributed to the government's second economic development and poverty reduction strategy under the economic development and poverty reduction strategy policy. So UR has presence in the 4 out of the 6 planned cities, Musanze, Huye, Rusizi, and Nyagatare. This presence has resulted in an increased economy and infrastructure developed in those cities due to the increase of student and staff population. So as I said, we are now having the bachelor programs as well as postgraduate programs. And we are now shifting to make sure to reach the national strategy for transformation 1. We are now trying to increase more the STEM programs. And we are looking to achieve the 75% of postgraduate program in STEM. And now the University of Rwanda is now at the 71 of registered students who are in those STEM programs. In those postgraduate programs, we are having the 4 out of 6 colleges are offering STEMs, and we are having centers of excellence. All the 8 centers of excellence are in STEM. I won't go into citing all those center of excellences, but we are having 4 out of them are funded by the World Bank, and they are now, let's say, starting to have their first PhD graduate. So this 2022 Annual African Summit is in line with with the UR strategic goal number 1, which is to becoming a research-led university. And it's to be a globally engaged, competitive, and innovative research-driven university, well-positioned to respond to major social and economic challenges. I'm not here to talk only on the structure of the whole university. I have to come back to my own College of Business and what we are expecting to do with SIGA. So the College of Business and Economics offers programs in 4 campuses. We are really spread in whole country, in Kigali, in the east, in the west, and in the east. We have all there the campuses. So we have 2 schools, the Business and Economics, with various undergraduate and postgraduate, as well as professional programs. In this College of Business, we also have the chance of having, in addition to the postgraduate in economics, in quantitative economics, we also have the Center of Excellence in Data Science, which is helping a lot all students to get appropriate data. We have, I don't know if the people from National Institute of Statistics are represented here, but we are now relying on their data sets to do our research. And these have been really very, very efficient, because in the previous years we used to collect data ourselves, which you can, of course, understand what it means in terms of biases or the reliability of data. So the data science, which is having econometrics, the option of econometrics, actuarial science, statistics, and demography, is really helping a lot all those programs in improving the data they are using. We are having also partners in supporting those programs, but the challenge in this postgraduate program is to get funding. We are promoting, or we are graduating students in all those programs in economics and data science and in business, but when it comes now to support the PhD programs we are having here, it's becoming a problem. We are getting funds from other partners like CIDA or GIZ, but all this covers only 40% of the funding to support the PhD programs. So we are really expecting to see more connections between academic staff from the University of Rwanda, and more precisely WAGAP and East, as we are firmly convinced that dissemination of research results improves research productivity and visibility of the University of Rwanda and partner institutions. From the existing university collaborative initiatives, more collaborative research can done together can be really supportive. And there is a crucial need for more evidence-based research summits like this to be organized to increase research outputs, and the senior management of the University of Rwanda will always support related activities. This can only be achieved with well-trained researchers and impact evaluation experts that can bring inspiring social and economic development through rigorous research. So it is with those few words that on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I thank SEGA and collaborative partners for again choosing Rwanda and the University of Rwanda to co-host the 2022 Annual African Summit. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Claver, the Principal of Business and Economics College at the University of Rwanda. Your remarks is really impressive. You give us the background of the university and the way forward for the college in terms of capacity building, development, and the ambitions of the college to train higher qualified researchers, both masters and PhD level. Without delay, I would like to introduce you Professor Jean Chrysostome Ngabitsinze, the Minister of State in the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources. The Professor Ngabitsinze has been in Ministry of Agriculture since 2020. Before that, he was a member of Parliament and he was the chair of Public Account Committee. But before that, also he was serving as a professor at the University of Rwanda in the College of Agriculture. And I'm honored also to have been working with him, especially during my PhD program. He was really supportive and one of the supervising committee. Without delay, I would like to invite the Honorable Minister to give us your remark. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Imab, my colleague and friend. I think here I'm allowed to go beyond the protocol and be the person I want to be this morning as a researcher. So Imab is my friend, is my colleague, has been writing papers, and he put always my name, even when I don't have enough time to go through. So he's a good researcher and he has a good heart. So continue that way. So I'm enjoying our friendship, and as an economist, I'm maximizing the profit. And the time I spent when I was your PhD supervisor, even before. So he's paying back. This is the return from the research. Ladies and gentlemen, all participants, all protocol observed. I don't want to go through and forget the students we have here. They are the boss today, sitting with researchers I saw in the list. We are very lucky this morning. May I see all the students here? So you are lucky. You are very lucky, and I'm very happy that you have been invited, because a conference of 2 days talking about impact, evaluation, research, and relationship is very important. As you can know, the influence from research to policy sometimes is seen by two principles. The first one is a direct relation, we call it linear model, between research and the policy, and this is knowledge-driven or result-driven. You analyze, you find the result, then you are done. The second school of thought is about impact. What we have been able to find as a result of knowledge-driven. What is the impact on the societies where we live? There are two. So today we will talk about impact. Then after I saw you have many papers, you will be able to see the link between the research and the policy in terms of a linear. And life is not linear, but the linear is a simple way to create a relationship. I have been even asked to talk about myself. Margaret said something about me. So I spent, and I still working as a researcher at University of Rwanda. Even if Emmanuel has been using before, I still there. I still a lecturer in the College of Agriculture and Animal Resources. When I was elected to Parliament, the former Vice Chancellor asked me to stay, and he gave me 5 years. And what I did during those first 2 years, I published with Maure, and I have been promoted to associate professor. Again, I have been able to use the chance I have been given to stay at university. 2020, March 9, 1 week before COVID, I got a chance to be chosen by His Excellency to become the Minister of State for Agriculture and Animal Resources, where I'm working. As you know, agriculture sector is a sector where you have to talk about the numbers. You have to have evidence. It's not like you can go and talk philosophy. When you talk about food security, you must make sure that the numbers are having an impact. So what we are doing in the ministry is to make sure that all Rwandans, they have food, not only Rwandans, even the foreigners in the country. And now food in terms of quantity and quality, but agriculture today is a sector where you can have money. We have a colleague in Africa Development Bank. He used to say, Africa is the future business profitable in the world, agriculture in the world. So we have to create wealth to our farmers and other actors along the value chains. We have to make sure that people who are doing agriculture, they are able to have profit, not just a profit, but to maximize or optimize the profit. So our work is even enabling environment, working with partners. I will come back with partners later because it's very important. You choose who to partner and you make sure that the partner is linked to your goal and the mandate you have been given. That is the work you are doing. Then we have scientists. We have one here, the DG Lab. They pass time on laboratories to find out how can we have good seeds as a factor of production. How can we have irrigations? How can we have enough water? How can we be able to use efficiently the resources we have? Then I came in as an economist. The resources are scarce. I must be able to optimize them from economic side. So we are a team working together. Scientists, social or scientists in agriculture, we are trying to put together our efforts to move. And the good news, we are trying our best. And the agriculture sector in Rwanda is not doing bad. So we are doing well. We have been, we got shocks of COVID, of course, for like other countries, but we tried. With COVID, we increased the partnership, and I will talk about them later to make sure that we have evidence to inform our decision under uncertainty, because until now we still have COVID, so it's dynamic. So everything we do now, we make sure that we partner with people capable to give us recommendations, implementable, to make sure that we are minimizing the shocks we are having in agriculture sector. The partners we have, just to go quickly, is one of the points I have been even asked. Everything I'm talking here is coming from the people who invited me. I will thank them at the end. I did not forget, because I'm not here by random. I came here because I have been contacted, and I responded yes, and I'm happy to be here today. We have partners from World Bank. It's called DIME. Is in charge of World Bank project monitoring and evaluation. World Bank is one of institutions who are funding us, mainly in agriculture, in irrigation. They conduct research on hillside irrigations. Hillside irrigations is very important because our farmers, they are mainly cultivating at hillside. If you see Rwanda, you see mainly hills. Of course, you see even nice people, but the first thing you see is hills. So we are investing money, and the World Bank, through DIME, they are supporting us to analyze in terms of quantitative and qualitative way to make sure that the investment we are putting on hillside irrigations, they will give returns to small-scale farmers. I'm sure all of you know our agriculture sector is mainly based on 0.5 hectare per farmer. So it is very, very small. So we have to make sure that we aggregate our analysis, and even the person who has 0.5 as an average will be able to have a profit. So DIME is supporting all that. Then there is another one, MAFAP. MAFAP is a monitoring wing of FAO. They are supporting us on analyzing on value chains and the markets. They have good statisticians, econometricians, economists. So what we do, even during the COVID time, we've been able to monitor, to analyze data from the markets. Of course, we got disruptions of supply chain and many things, but the good news, we have been informed on time to make sure that one party can have a problem, one commodity, another can recover. So MAFAP is supporting us. Now we have a next 3 years collaboration where we have to cover value chains, almost all, the key ones. The key ones here, I'm talking about the coffee. We are on pricing of coffee. As you know, coffee is fluctuating quickly in terms of international markets. Then we have Irish potato. We are now conducting policing to make sure that the price we are putting are informed by the costing from the farmer and other value chains actors. We are working even in the horticulture sector. Horticulture because today, all farmers, even farmers who are involved in other activities in agriculture, they cultivate horticulture because horticulture is short in terms of farming. After 3 months, you can sell. Then if you have water, you can harvest the whole year. So you have many farmers involved in horticulture, but you have to inform them because the market is mainly informal. So to be able to transform informal to formality, so we are working with those researchers from FAO. We are working even with International Growth Center, IGC, and they have been with us even before my appointment. All of them, they have been even before my appointment. They have been with us working mainly on productivity, efficiency, technical efficiency of production. So how can we be able to improve the production per hectare, the yield of almost all commodities? Then they put another factor, the external factor who is affecting agriculture not only in Rwanda, the climate change. Being able to model climate change and to make sure that it's not affecting the work we are doing in a sector like agriculture is not simple, because climate change is always here, will be always here, but the good is to know is there, so you can be able to predict. At least it's not perfect, but you can be able to predict what is going to happen. So we are working with them even on that. We worked even with them regarding the value chains, but in terms who is the actors in gendering value chains, how you call, or women sensitivity, or let's call it gender sensitivity analysis, to make sure that even some more special categories are covered. Then we are collaborating with IFPRI. Even the DG of IFPRI, Professor Zwinen, was here in Rwanda. We discussed about shocks as an economist and the other economists from IFPRI. We are getting serious shocks. Now we added in our variables the war from Ukraine and Russia. Then the issues of energy. Energy is affecting everything. If you see the movement of prices, today almost all commodities in agriculture, they have been increased. Not the same way, but by some proportion. From 24 February, when Russia invaded Ukraine, 2 weeks after, we got shocks here in Rwanda. You understand how Russia is far, but immediately, because of what they have said, there is an issue of wheat, 70% almost there. Rwanda import wheat from there, but the global situation of energy. So with IFPRI, we introduced to our analysts, I'm sure Emabri is informed because sometimes he attend our meetings, the computable general model, to make sure that we can be able to analyze many variables at the same time from the many places, not only analyze Rwanda. Rwanda is an open country, so we are there in the global community. So with that model, we are training our analysts to make sure that they can have strong evidence to give us as policymakers. Then when we go to talk, you have something to say, because those shocks, as we see, will not end tomorrow. Will not end tomorrow because if you go back 10 years ago, from 2008, the financial crisis, and from there you see the shocks we have been having. Of course, not at the same level. The world have been always had shocks. So it's good to have a good analyst to make sure that any data they get, they are able to transform it to a communicable finding. So with FP, we're working on that. Another part FP is supporting us is regarding the expenditure, the public expenditure in agriculture. How are you distributing it? You are doing it in an efficient way, So those are scientific works we are doing together with scientists as policymakers. And it's very important because going to the end, I think here we'll be discussing how can we be able to improve the relationship between policymakers and researchers. Sometimes there is a disconnection, that is true. Sometimes if you go in literature review, you will see that perhaps policymakers don't trust researchers. And researchers don't trust policymakers. That is a true story. But you will never be able to increase or to maximize or to add value to everything you do in all sectors without working with researchers. Now I'm talking about the side of policymakers. Because if you have a policy, we have many policies, now we have a PSTR4, is our transformation strategic plan of agriculture, is ending in 2024. If we don't have researchers to be able to tell us where we are today, I could come here and say we are doing very well. But you know, in the morning in the newspaper, you will see that prices are increasing. How are you doing well if the prices are increasing? The productivity of maize, the productivity of beans, the productivity of cassava. So we have to make sure that we work with researchers. So the question is how and when. First of all, to work with researchers as policymakers is to accept they know more than us. I hope policymakers here will agree with me. They know because the power of data. When you don't have data, and when you have data you don't understand them, honestly saying, everything you will say will be around, let's not put a number to avoid problems after here, but for sure researchers knows more than other people in terms of, because they do research every day. We have researchers in Iraq, we have researchers in the ministry, we have researchers here from other institutions. They pass the time searching. But as you know, the sensitivity analysis of a policymaker is the first in the list. You must make sure that you analyze everything you are going to communicate to the community. For that reason, we share. And I hope at the end of this meeting, you will make sure that you minimize that share and create a team, researchers, policymakers as brothers and sisters, because they work for the same purpose, the well-being of community. So it's very important to underline that. So let's work together. Let's trust each other, even when things are not the same. Even researchers or policymakers, between them, they don't agree all the time. No one can agree with all people, but you have to accept that criticism is always positive when you take them as positive attitude. So I hope this will be even covered. So going to the end, I hope and I'm sure. Hope and sure sometimes they can't go together, but let's use them. At the end of these 2 days, together with the researchers and the policymakers you will have, you will be able to create one team. Creating one team is not meaning to agree totally. Creating one team who has enough knowledge, who are humble enough, who are able and capable to sit together and find solutions. Let's take problems we have globally, and you have them, of course, at the national level. Now, globally, people are saying we are going to have issues of food because of what we see. Many in Africa, we fear hunger now. And from the last 30 years, the UN have been working to end hunger. When you are near to say that we can reduce hunger, we have new shocks. So how can we be able to work together to end hunger, to end poverty? We have plans 2030, 2035 for some countries, 2050, 2060. So we must be one to make sure that we can arrive together to end complexity we have, serious problems we have. So I'm convinced there is no research without a policymaker. There is no policymaker without a researcher. So we must be able to complement each other. We must be able to work. As I know, a role of a human being, let's now going to the end, for some philosophy. A human being must be able to change something positively in the world. So if you are a researcher, make sure that your research is contributing at a certain percentage. If you are a policymaker, if you are a pastor, if you are everything you are, you must make different this world. So that is the main purpose of our humanity, is what we are required. People believe on God. And even if people don't believe on God, they know that we need well-being in this world. So let's make together our efforts, and for sure we'll be able to arrive at good results. And it's a process. Let's be the part of the process. So it's my pleasure to welcome you all. Now I'm ending to 10th Annual Africa Evidence Summit. Thank you to the Center for Effective Global Action, the Network of Impact Evaluation Researchers in Africa, the Center for Impact Innovations and Capacity Building for Health Information Systems and Nutrition, University of Rwanda, and all participants here. You are valuable to this community, and in Rwanda, we are happy to have you today. So I wish you fruitful discussions, open discussions, and you have to say the truth to the community in order to be able to change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You can give another clap, please. Thank you very much. I think the message is really very clear, especially for the guests, to introduce you in our country, more specifically on agriculture sector and other big areas where there is much interventions which are coming on. But also we need to introduce more robust measurement tools to provide more evidence whether all those interventions, they are just achieving the target. Without delay, I'm going to introduce you to the panel. We are going to have a panel on food security in Rwanda. And this is really important because, as you know, from Ukraine war, from COVID, there have been issue of food security globally, and we need to hear more about the current status of the food security and associated threats on what happens, what are the drivers which affect food security, and how the country and policymakers, as the Honorable Minister said, how the country is coping and where is the way forward. So this session is going to be chaired by Professor Edward Miguel from the University of Berkeley in the Department of Economics. Without delay, I'm inviting Professor Edward Miguel to proceed with the panel. Thank you.
And maybe I'll also ask the panelists to come up and take their seats. Good morning, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here. I'm Ted Miguel. I'm a professor of economics at the University of California, Berkeley, and the faculty co-director of the Center for Effective Global Action. It's wonderful to think that we're now in our 10th year of the Africa Evidence Summit. I remember the first one, which was in Uganda in 2012, and just exciting to see all the energy in the room today. I really look forward to the conversations and really learning a lot. So we're really delighted to have a great group of panelists. I think we still have a couple more coming up. And once they're up here, then I'll introduce them to you. The goal of the panel is to bring together policymakers and researchers to discuss the evidence that's available on the key issue of threats to food security in East Africa as a region. I do think that Minister Ngabitsinze's remarks were very inspirational along those lines of speaking about how policy and research need each other to make progress, how we're really members of one team, and we really hope that this panel and the broader discussion will move us forward in making progress on these issues, bringing in their own experience here. So we're not going to have slides for this session. It's really going to be an open discussion. And let me just start by introducing the panelists. We really have a distinguished panel here today. The first is Patrick Karangwa, who's the Director General of Rwanda Agriculture and Animal Resources Development Board. We also have, as a second panelist, Gracie Rosenbach, who's Country Program Manager for the International Food Policy Research Institute, IFPRI. We have Boaz Kezire, Head of Policy and Advocacy at the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA. And then also Malindi Sibomana, Director of Product Innovations at 1 Acre Fund. All right. But I see 3 panelists, so now is there a fourth panelist? What's that? Is he not? Oh, he's not yet here? Okay, so we'll proceed without Boaz? Okay. Great, so we'll move forward. What I'd like to do is really just open with a general question for the 3 panelists and give them a little space to talk about their experience. Then we have some specific questions about work that they're doing. And then eventually, towards the end, we're going to open it up to questions from all of you. So please keep your ears and your minds open, write down some questions, think about them. And then towards the end, we really look forward to allowing you to bring your issues to the table and get the answers that you think would be useful. So let me start with our panelists and just an open question, asking them, what is your and your organization's current work in food security? And how are you helping to bridge the gap between research and policy that was highlighted before? Maybe we'll just start at the end.
Thank you, Professor. So, if I got it correctly, the question is about first the institution we come from, or it does to address food security, right? And how bridge gap between research and policy. So I think it has been mentioned a bit earlier as well, as I come from the Rwanda Agriculture and Animal Resources Development Board, RAB, where I work as the Director General of this institution. And this institution is the major implementer of national agriculture policy. It's the technical arm of the government through the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources for driving all the big projects that the government, or the ambitions of the government to transform agriculture to achieve food security. And the institution is in charge of both research and extension, education of farmers, innovation transfer, skills transfer, capacity building, but also for managing the biggest projects of the government, like projects for development of irrigation, agriculture mechanization, and so forth, investment, projects of the government for investing in agriculture transformation. They are all coordinated, implemented by this agency, RAB. So it is, when it relates to food security, it is the major technical arm of the government for addressing food security issues. And how it, concerning the research and the evidence and the relations between research and policy. So the institution has researchers, mostly those who develop technologies and innovations, but also who interact with the farmers for upgrading their skills and their knowledge. The Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources is directly informed by the works, by what we provide as research outputs. They are the first line of supervision and coordination and oversight, and for making decisions based on our research. Through RAB, it is practical research. As the Honorable Minister of State correctly said, so when we are dealing with food security as a government institution, we have to do practical impact. So we don't have that, if I call it, the luxury of doing some research which does not address the problems. There's not that kind of research that we do. So it is usually addressing real problems that farmers and other producers face from a wide range of agriculture and livestock, from the production, the very basic production, to the processing, through marketing. And we interact with the farmers on a daily basis, and we have to be able to provide solutions that address immediate concern. Those solutions can be some on the short, mid, and long term. If it is like a pest or disease which is destroying severely the crops, we can either first find like a product to spray and reduce that pest pressure. But in the long term, it must be a variety which can resist, where you don't have even to spray. That's an example. And the ministry, in the planning, national strategic planning, PSTA, that the Honourable Minister mentioned, we work along those ambitions outlined in the PSTA, in that strategic planning document, which is reviewed on a regular basis. I mean, there is a mid-review, and then there is, after 6 years, we can always have another version. But just to show that whatever we do is directly, it is bolstered, it is based on the ministry, on the policy, which is the ministry is the custodian of the policy. There is nothing you can do which is not consistent with the national agriculture policy. There is nothing you can do which is not addressing the real problem on the ground. Our researchers cannot just try to think of something which is not going to help out of the problem. I would stop here for now, but I'm ready to share eventually other insights. Thanks.
Okay, good morning. My name is Gracie Rosenbach, and I am the Country Program Manager for the International Food Policy Research Institute. We have our Rwanda Strategy Support Program here. And so as it says in the name of our organization, we really try to bridge this gap, as the Honorable Minister of State said, between research and policy making. And so our Rwanda Strategy Support Program, similar to all of our country strategy support programs, which are across Africa and Asia, our goal is to really accelerate agricultural transformation and rural development by bringing this research to the policymakers. And so we try to do this in 3 ways: through collaborative policy analysis, capacity development, and partnership building. And so in this way, specifically here in Rwanda, we work very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture, with RAB, and with other local research think tanks and academia as well. We have some partners with the University of Rwanda. And so we do this through trying to answer the questions that are really pressing and timely for Minagri. So of course, right now we've been doing a lot of research on the global food and fuel price crisis, which I think we'll talk about in a bit. how we can help Rwanda to mitigate some of the impacts of this crisis using the data that's available to us through the National Institute of Statistics and through others. And so what this collaborative policy analysis looks like is a lot of one-on-one work together, some small groups, and also through some formal learning events that we host, so that all together we can continue to grow in our skills in data and policy analysis as we try to answer these pressing questions as they come up as they relate to poverty, hunger, and malnutrition. So I'll leave it there, and I think we'll talk a bit more about specifics later.
All right, thank you to my co-panelists and Miguel. So my name is Milindi, as mentioned, and I work with an organization known as Acre Fund. And what we do basically is support the objectives set by the ministry in Rwanda as well as RAB, who are our partners. The idea that we brought in Rwanda in 2007 is how can we provide inputs to farmers and make it more accessible for them to have these inputs and increase their productivity. So what we do is we provide asset-based loans to farmers, and we couple this with last-mile delivery as well as extension. In Rwanda currently, we're working with about 800 to 850,000 farmers, smallholder farmers per year. And our goal is really how can they improve their productivity and transition on to more profitable crops, but at the same time, as we have mentioned here, maintain that food security, which is important, and I think is the objectives that has been sent to us by the ministry as well as our colleagues at RAB. We've been working in Rwanda from 2007. We're in all the districts apart from Kigali. And we also partner with RAB on extension services, and we also work in agroforestry, improved seed, and soil health initiatives. So I'll leave it at that, and maybe other questions can come later.
All right, I think that works. You guys can hear me? Great. Well, thanks for that introduction. I will say that I had the pleasure of working with the Acre Fund actually in Kenya on a research project and really enjoyed that active back and forth with your group to learn. I'd really like to turn to a topic that I think is on everybody's mind. It's come up several times, and maybe it's the heart of some of the discussion today, which is what the next 1 to 2 years are likely to look like in Rwanda and the broader East Africa region, given the unprecedented crises that we are facing. We first faced the global pandemic, which we're still living with, as we're see even today, the conflict in Ethiopia, and more recently the Ukraine-Russia war, which has disrupted production in some of the world's largest food producers, energy producers, fertilizer manufacturers, et cetera. So these are really, crises of historic proportions, and then on top of that, there's been a drought in certain parts of East Africa. In fact, just last week, I was in northern Kenya in Turkana with some colleagues who were here and got to see the effects of that drought firsthand. So what I'd like to turn to each of you on next is your thoughts on what the next 12 to 24 months will likely look like, and then very importantly, based on your experience, your research, and your insight, what are the key policy changes or approaches that countries like Rwanda and other East African countries should be taking to improve the situation? I think this is really at the core of the matter. The Honorable Minister raised these issues as well as being critical. So maybe I'll switch the order this time, and we'll start with Gracie, and then move on to Milindi, and close up with Patrick.
Thank you. Yes, this is of course a very timely topic, and we had the honor when our Director General was here, Yo Swinin, of co-hosting a public lecture with the Honorable Minister of State on this exact topic. And one of the key messages that came up is that unfortunately it seems like these price crises are happening more and more frequently. There was a graph that was shown of food prices since 2000, and I think there were at least 3 spikes, including the current one. And so, unfortunately, these crises are happening more frequently, and we need to think of ways to mitigate and prepare for them before they happen. It's the new normal, unfortunately, as we discussed in that lecture. And so what can we do? I think one topic, of course, that's especially on Minagri's mind right now is the rising fertilizer prices, both as a result of the supply chain disruptions due to the COVID-19 pandemic and also with the Ukraine-Russia war. And fertilizer prices on the international market have doubled in the last year. And so for a country that tries to help farmers use fertilizers through some subsidies, that can take a really big toll on the agriculture budget. And so we've been doing some research to try to see how we can mitigate that, how we can balance the agriculture budget with not decreasing production, right? Policymaking is all about trade-offs, we all know. And so how can we balance this? And so Minagri has already adjusted the subsidy rate twice in the last year to try to help farmers to mitigate this impact. And so what they've done is essentially trying to, Minagri will take on about half of the price increase, and so farmers don't have to take on as much, which I think is a great strategy, right? We want to keep up this momentum of farmers entering the fertilizer market. Of course, in East Africa, I think fertilizer use and application rates are pretty low compared to the recommended rates. And so we don't want to lose that momentum. But as we've talked about already, we also do a lot of work on public expenditure. And so when you subsidize and the price keeps going up and up, there's trade-offs to what you can do with your budget. And so that's something that we've been working on. And I think the current strategy has been really good to try to help mitigate that cost with the farmers. And we're currently looking at some medium and long-term strategies together with Minagri. Another policy trade-off is, of course, trade versus national production, and this was talked about at that public lecture with IFPRI and Minagri as well. Of course, for national food security, it's great to be able to produce as much staple food as you can, but maybe that's not as good for economic growth. There's that trade-off, of course. Maybe you want to focus on crops where you have a comparative advantage, and so how do we balance these two priorities? Of course, when you focus more on crops with a comparative advantage, then you're left to the discretion of the international market for some of the staple crops. And so this is where I think our computable general equilibrium modeling comes in that was mentioned. We recently did an analysis that looked at different value chains, and if we invest in which ones, what impacts will it have? Which ones are better for economic growth, for job creation, for diets, for hunger? And when we look at what's happening now with the price of wheat and edible oils especially, although wheat is not a big part of Rwandans' diets, edible oils are, and both we import a lot from Russia, or at least we previously did. And so of course we are feeling the effects. But when we looked at this modeling exercise that we did, we saw that if Rwanda invests in edible oil production or oil seeds, it has really strong impacts for food system growth, job creation, and for reducing poverty and hunger. And so I think these types of analyses where we can look at the policy trade-offs, the benefits and the limitations of different investments, we can see which ones might do well in more than just providing for consumption, national consumption, but also helping to reduce poverty and hunger and so forth. And so I think this is a good example of a type of analyses that a lot of countries could be doing to try to estimate what would be better for the trade-off of trade versus national production. Thank you.
No, thank you, Miguel. I think one of the things that we've seen coming out of this crisis is, of course, as Gracie mentioned, is the input prices. And the input prices just going up. And of course, we deal with smallholder farmers who are really affected when the price goes up. And of course, as Gracie mentioned, the ministry and government of Rwanda has made sort of like a shock absorber with the subsidy, and we really appreciate that because we see it on the side of the farmers that adoption hasn't really gone down. But if you mention 12 to 24 months, then we have to think about what can happen if this continues to be a trend. Of course, what we're doing and what we're trying to achieve with some of the R&D work that we're looking at, and of course I know Rab is doing a lot of projects on input optimization. So for example, fertilizer optimization. which will make it easier for the farmers to reduce maybe the amount of inputs that they're using in their fields. Of course, soil health is a big thing. If we want to have sustainable production for a long time, we have to consider how then do we make sure that we're not using a lot of these mineral fertilizers, especially if the shocks are going to keep on knocking us. I think one thing that is a success has been the domestication of seed production, which was a big issue a couple of years ago. But now most of the seed for maize and also for beans is being produced in country. So that's a success that I think we really have to applaud the efforts of the government, and also because we see it on the side of the farmers. So I say input optimization is going to be important. Soil health is going to be a big thing to help the farmers to somehow mitigate the risk. And of course, diversification of production, something that Gracie mentioned. We can't only look at staples. How can we also balance between annual and perennial crops if we are thinking about in-season environmental shocks? Some of the work that we are doing is also on how do we promote commercialization of smallholder agriculture. And we're looking at balancing fruit trees so the farmers have different sources of income from the small land. As Minister said, in Rwanda it's 0.5 of a hectare. So it's really a small margin of error that the smallholders can work with. So I think if I can summarize it like that, it's just how do we mitigate risk at that level? And a lot of work is being done by the government, but I think also stakeholders that are in the sector have to start thinking, well, how do we then promote these different commercial interventions to make it easier for the farmer to switch between a staple crop to a nutritious commercial crop. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. Looking at this, the challenges, the global challenges, COVID pandemic, that is now a bit easing in comparison with like 2 years ago how it was, but this Russian war and some other challenges. In terms of food security, some of the key items have also been mentioned by my colleagues here on the table. The effects, there are some areas which are more touched by these challenges and others which are not really feeling these shocks. So the key areas, as Mirin said, it is mostly the fertilizer issue that has been touched. And for the wheat, we need to realize also that the wheat here, though we import the wheat we use for milling, for producing bread and so forth in the factories, of course it comes from, it mostly is affected at 60 or around 65% almost was imported from Russia. But when you look at it, I've been visiting these millers here. They are not much really, they communicate not really feeling much effect of this Russia war. They are now importing elsewhere, in Latin America, Brazil, Argentina. So it has also created some markets for some other areas. Maybe people have been looking only at Russia, Ukraine, and maybe people started looking elsewhere. And it hasn't yet had an overwhelming effect. I think the price increase has been maybe 5-10% increase, but not. It hasn't been like a blow into because of this. But also still talking about wheat. Some of the realities we see here, when we see there is these global challenges, there's a tendency to think that then we have to start growing everything here. But it is not always right. It doesn't always stay true for all the commodities. There are some of the commodities where we don't really have a comparative advantage to grow here. For instance, when it comes to wheat, for instance, it has been always seen, observed, and analyzed that it is more expensive the cost of production for wheat here is even higher than its importation. That one, we have data available. So the wheat, like our millers of wheat, they have been importing wheat here. The price per kg when a product arrives here has been always lower than the price of wheat produced here. It's they bring. I was discussing with some of them. They were saying that around 250 per kg, they buy the wheat from Argentina, Russia, Australia. But when they go to buy it from the farmers here, they have to pay 400 and so forth because of the production, the economies of scale. Our country has a land where we have to be much more efficient. We can't afford to just produce extensively on large land and have economies of scale. We have to, but also for some commodities like wheat requires a bit of the climate, which is a little bit different. The rain, we have a climate which is so rainy, and it tends to reduce on the wheat quality. But that was about just wheat, showing that some of these commodities, we can't address the issue by just growing it here. And with our land, which is relatively small land, we have to produce the most valuable, get most value of this limited land. We're learning from countries like, these are other small countries in developed economies, like the Netherlands, Israel and others. They have prioritized horticulture. And they make the most, like, well, the Netherlands is the number 2 in the world after the US in the earnings from agriculture exports on a small land because of horticulture. So I think with food security, it is not just about growing it, everything you need on your table here. It is also being able to buy it by producing the most high-value commodities here on this land. Sometimes non-food consumption, sometimes crops but which generate high, which have high return, put money in the pockets of the producers, and then they have the power to purchase. But also quickly on the inputs, the government is establishing right now is construction going on of a fertilizer blending factory in the Bugesera district. It is going to be completed hopefully this year or early next year, which should bring a bit down the cost of fertilizers once we at least do the right mixtures here in the country. So those are some of the observations how to cope with these challenges. We are to raise the production, but the productivity, but of the high value commodities that put money in the country that we buy, and also take benefits of these like a continental free trade area, the ability to do business and be able to access commodities once you have the power to purchase. So it is holistic with other factors in economy and business and trade, rather than just raising more production on this land. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to turn to something a little broader and a little bit more medium to long run, based on the work in your organizations, which is tell us and the audience one idea or innovation, and it could be in credit or finance, it could be in biotechnology, it could be in agricultural extension, that you think is very promising in the East Africa region moving forward, especially for the most vulnerable and marginalized farmers. Is there a product or a project that your group is working on that you think has a lot of potential? And again, since this is a mixed group of policymakers and researchers, I think even something more speculative or kind of new ideas that are still being evaluated would be of great interest to the group. So maybe I'll turn it over to you to talk about something you're very excited about. And why don't we start this time with Melindy?
Thank you. I think it's always exciting to talk about innovations and things that we're trying to work with the smallholder farmers. I mean, the issue of food security and the shocks that we've been seeing is something that we have also been concerned about for a while. And one of the things, and I mentioned it earlier, looking at soil health and how to make that small piece of land productive for a long time is something that we're really interested in, and we're working on trying to develop conservation agriculture systems for smallholder farmers. Because if you think about most of the conservation ag technologies that are out there, they're really designed for large-scale commercial farming. So one of the things that we're working on is how can we customize this for smallholder farmers. And of course, we have a MOU on research with RAB, and we are also tapping into that expertise that's there. We do a lot of work also on agroforestry. Last year, I think we did about 20 million timber trees. So the year before that, we distributed about 15 million. We're looking at 20 million this year as well, and maybe about a couple of 100,000 fruit trees. So just how do we maintain and improve the quality of our soils such that the farmers can continue to produce for a long time? I would say that's the idea that excites me most, because I know if you come back 15 years later, farmer is still able to get as much out of that land as he was getting now, even, if not even more, and more efficiently. So yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you. Yeah, talking in terms of like some technologies, innovations, which can help cope better and which can be maybe shared with the region. It's not like just like one particular magic bullet that will turn around things. So it is a wide range of technologies and innovations for, at least as far as our institution is concerned. When it comes to crops, we have released a lot of varieties of crops that are higher yielding, much higher yielding than the traditional ones. If you pick any of the major crop, pick maize, pick beans. Beans, we have varieties which are producing at least twice as more as we used to produce with. Soybean as well, they are producing at least twice more. And potatoes, we have varieties which are now can be grown even in the hot areas. We used to have varieties which grow more in the humid areas. Now we have got a wide range of varieties which can cope better. And potato is a very good crop, recreative, money providing, which can also be. Some of these varieties can be also shared. Most of them we are free to share. All of them basically to share with whoever is ready to partner with us to access such varieties of crops. But also when it comes to livestock production, we need to be able to feed. And most of the big challenges with the raising animals, it is ability to feed them in climate change context, when there's drought and all crops, all the forage has gone dry, ability to store the animal feeds for a longer time. So we have crop varieties, forage varieties, which are more climate resilient, more climate smart forage farming, which some of this has been worked, like mostly in a global context in many other countries, like 20 countries worked to develop these climate smart technologies. They are already in these other countries. So the research role in this context of challenges, will be mostly to expedite the dissemination of what works, rather than trying to find out some new technologies. At this time, we don't have very much time for that. We need to, there are quite a lot which is not really significantly used by the farmers, and we have to come up with strategies to make them known and disseminate them widely to the benefit of the citizens, not only in Rwanda but also continent and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am going to speak about extension, which I think is a bit funny because I have the two extension experts on either side of me. But I think that this is something that Rwanda is already doing exceptionally well with such a decentralized local government system. I was in the field on Monday, and the farmers were telling us about the numerous extension visits that they've received over the past season. and all of the different things that they heard about and how they implemented it into their field. When we do these computable general equilibrium models, in almost every country, when we are looking at the returns to investments, so the returns of fertilizer on yields or improved seeds on yields or extension on yields, extension is almost always the highest. It almost always has the highest returns on the investment. And so I think it's a really key and important part of the agricultural development system that we don't always talk about. And I know the ministry is currently working on doing this customized agricultural extension system. So already looking at, even though it's going very well, how can we continue to improve it? And one project that we've done with Digital Green is to look at digital extension. So this way the farmers are all receiving video information. So they're all receiving the same information, and then they have the extension agent there to answer any questions that they have. And that's been pretty successful in Ethiopia and Uganda, where we've piloted it. So that's something interesting that we have talked about trying here in Rwanda as well. But of course, as DG Rob mentioned, Rwanda has so many different microclimates. We grow so many different crops here. So I think that's one of the main goals of this new customized agricultural extension system is how can we customize to all of the different agroecological zones, to all of the different soil types, all of the different crops. And so this is something that I think is really exciting that's happening now to build on the success that Rwanda has already had with agricultural extension. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. And I'll just follow up on all these points really in saying that I know there's so many SIGA affiliated researchers who have been working on one of our longstanding programs, the Agricultural Technology Adoption Initiative, ATAI, that are just, I know will want to come up to you after the panel to talk more about the work you're doing and how researchers can contribute to the effort. So because of time, we're going to open up to questions from the audience now. We'll have about 10 minutes for questions. If there's other points you haven't had a chance to make for our distinguished panelists, please feel free in the Q&A to bring in anything else that's on your mind or any closing thoughts. But I know there's going to be a lot of interest in the room in following up on these really interesting and provocative comments. So maybe you can just raise your hand in the audience if you have a question or a thought, and we'll run a microphone back to you. I see over here, Alabel, if we can get a mic over to him. And please direct your question. Well, you could direct it to the whole panel or to individuals, whatever you prefer.
Okay. Thank you for the panelists. Thank you for the chance. My question, I think, is for three of you. We know because of this crisis, the farmers, especially in East Africa, has been much affected in terms of this Ukraine and Russia war. Also, the conflict that's stayed in Ethiopia also. There has been some efforts for the decades in terms of generating technologies, especially from the CG center sector. But a number of technologies are there. But still, technologies are not really, productivity is still, on the other hand, very low, in East Africa particularly. So my question is, where is the problem? Where did we fail? We have the technologies there. The productivities are low. And still, because of occasional crisis in terms of this financial crisis or this war crisis, our farmers are being affected. So where is the gap that we fail? Is it really lack of adoption, and is it something that technologies are generating and there are some kind of barriers to improve productivity through adoption of technologies? Or is it, what kind of that barriers? Is it institutional problems or what? Can you say something on this, please, your comments? Thank you so much.
I need to quickly check the question if it is about the adoption of technologies, right? So they're wondering why they are not being used by the farmers Okay, to make sure that it is the right thing. So the adoption of the technologies and innovation by farmers in agriculture is always, it's a big also area of discussion, comes often. Some of these technologies are quickly adopted, others farmers are reluctant to adopt. There are several factors, it is not just one factor. Some of the factors, it goes with the, agriculture has to be viewed as business. Other technologies, most of the technologies, we don't struggle much to get through the technology. Like in Africa, if you talk about the electronics and the mobile telecommunications, it has been adopted quickly. The farmers, even our farmers, even some of our least resourced citizens, you will find them with the phone. Some of them with even a smartphone, they are so excited about the WhatsApp ability to chat. And we can always wonder why we don't see innovations in technologies in agriculture not being that rapidly taken. Why the food security is a big, it's a major concern. So it is multifactorial. There's first of all the content, being able to be contented with the little your subsistence when there's a mentality, a mindset shift to see agriculture as a business. Not just to find what can make you pass another night, pass on the night, because the mentality of subsistence farming will not stimulate investing in putting more technologies. If this can produce 3 times more than this one, but you have to add a little bit more money to acquire this. I say, I will not take the pain, I don't need that 3 times more, I will continue with this one. Because the thinking is, well, as long as I can find what at least I eat with my kids, I think that is enough. So that is a big issue of which is enshrined in the systems, production systems, which are not business driven, because we will see that in the few farmers who are business oriented, we don't struggle with this adoption. They are always on the look for the next higher variety, the next fertilizer which adds more. You will find that those they pick quickly, and they don't even wait to pick from us. They will even be looking around. They have brought some new things we don't have yet here in the country. Our farmers, like in Rwanda, the structure of the farming households here, most they have very small holdings. The average of the land used in Rwanda, it is 0.6 hectares per household. And those farmers who have got a bit more land, I think I have some 2 or 3 figures here. About 55% of our farmers, they have less than 0.3 hectares to use for land production. And most of these, they don't want to hear about putting a little bit more investment. I will use the little I have. And sometimes it doesn't make a quick correlation with also, the more you go to 2 tiny units of production, you difficultly find returns on the investment. And 31.9% of our farmers, they have between 0.3 and 0.9 hectares. And 11% of our farmers, they have around 1 hectare to 3. And those who have got 3 hectares, they represent 1.4%. The 1.4% are the ones who are ready always to put more technology, put more innovation. So it is multifactorial in terms of land that can make a business case, and in terms of also viewing farming as a business, but also the kind of technologies that we avail as well. We must always, it has to be economically driven. That's why economic science and social sciences must be fully integral part of the biological research. It has to make an economic sense and a socio-economic transformation case that is tangible enough to drive interest in using it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think maybe just to add on to what DG said, I think technology transfer is a tricky thing. I think we do spend a lot of time on researching new technology, but we don't spend enough time researching technology transfer of itself, right? So we have these new ideas, they are brilliant, but then how do you get it into the hand of an end user? And of course, the commercial aspects that DJ was referring to are important, but we also see these obstacles in issues around, for example, if you talk about liming, we know the soil is acidic, we want farmers to apply lime to amend the soil. But if the farmer doesn't see that return immediately in that first season, it is weighing out the opportunity cost of having to purchase this lime now, and it will give him benefit in 2 years. So it's how do you transfer the technology? And I think Gracie brought a great point on extension. I think this is where we also have to invest a bit more efforts. So not only on research, but on technology transfer research, and then also how do we strengthen that extension aspect for the innovations which will bring benefit in the long term, not in the immediate term. Just all I wanted to add there.
We
Yes.
have sorry. We have time for a couple more questions. So I see a few hands, and maybe okay, I see 4 hands, so I'm not sure if, is there someone right there, Sam? Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Some of us feel very uncomfortable when problems of Africa are largely associated with issues somewhere in the world, when in actual fact we could have done something to mitigate that effect. So what are we doing? I mean, in terms of producing our own homegrown fertilizers that are more or less more effective compared to what we import from other countries, so that at least we can be self-dependent. I mean, in terms of crisis, because if you are not careful, a time is coming where one country elsewhere will shut down, and then we'll have a lot of food insecurity in Africa. That is my very simple question. Over.
Thank you for the question about building, capacity here in Africa to produce our own fertilizers, because that one is specifically about production of fertilizers. Yeah, I had mentioned about what we are doing in many other countries in Africa is so far mostly about blending. Even in Rwanda, we are right now building a fertilizer blending factory. That one is not for making it from scratch. At least it will lower the costs because we'll be able to bring what we mix to make a final product. And that one is also in many countries here around in Africa. But the fertilizer production plant itself, so far on the continent, I think there is only in there's Egypt and there's Nigeria with the Dangote plant factory. And when you look at these investment, they are huge investment. I was reading about this Nigeria plant, Dangote. It is, I think it was invested with, was it like 400 million USD? It's not like just a normal little investment. So before we reach, even if, well, it is, of course, this question is a very paramount importance. We should be able to have in Africa some factories like we are doing in COVID. We are doing quite well now for the vaccines against COVID and other pandemics. We were in the CHOGM, you know, there was this in Rwanda. There is right now the BioNTech partnership with the government of Rwanda, where a factory for production of vaccines is being built, and there is another one I think in Senegal, like 3 countries in Africa. The pandemic of COVID has been able to catch very great attention of everybody on the continent and beyond. Commitments, huge. But we haven't yet seen such commensurate commitments for food security and agriculture. I think that's where we have to go, because these investments like the one planted in Nigeria, it's not something you can build here just in our budget in the agency. It is sometimes it takes like the whole budget of a whole, almost the whole country's budget. So the partnerships like these in vaccine production are required. where we have partner with several partners and make something which is not only for this country. Once it is here, it should be able to serve like a maybe whole third of Africa. So it is complex with also bringing everybody for this cause. That's why you need to maybe to elevate it to the same attention that COVID has had, I guess. So thank you.
I've been told that we don't have time for more questions. I might just give Gracie and Melindy just 1 minute for a last word. Patrick just got his last word in, and then we'll close up. So I don't know, Gracie?
Thank you. Yeah, in response to that question as well, I think DG Patrick gave a really great explanation of the idea of comparative advantage, and sometimes it's just not always profitable for Rwanda to produce certain things. But of course, looking more within the region, I think is something that's already happening. And of course, there's always the issue of natural resources as well, right? We can produce the fertilizers here, but we need the inputs that in some cases are natural resources that we don't have here in Rwanda, that mostly right now are coming from Russia. So there's this issue when it comes to globalization. You have to look at who has those resources and who has the comparative advantage. But I think something that we're working on now that is really exciting is trying to look at some price trackers and price monitors. So Minagri, through the Isoko database, already collects market prices here in Rwanda every day across the country, which is amazing. For anybody who works with prices, you know that's a huge feat, and it's something that we're always really excited to see. Of course, it's important to see how the global price crisis is affecting each district. Maybe if one district is having a drought, we can then assess how that's impacting the market prices in other districts as well. But on top of knowing those local and national prices, we need to know the regional prices, right? And of course, the global prices. We all know the global prices right now. We know the price of fuel and fertilizers is skyrocketing. But what about the regional prices, to your point? Maybe Uganda had really good rains and they have a lot of maize. And so maybe we can look to Uganda instead of to Europe for some of our imports. And so that's something that we're working on now, is integrating prices on the local, national, regional, and global level so that policymakers can make the best choices about where to get the supply of important inputs. Thank you.
I don't think I'll add much. I'll just come back to the point that the gentleman raised about technology sitting on the shelf. I think that's something that we see in science. We see it even in economic research. And also DG mentioned that there's no one solution for everything. So I think sort of like that loop between research policy and what we can call problem statements coming from the ground, if there's a way that we can tighten that and make sure that it's always going like this, it's really going to help us. Otherwise, there is a risk of ending up just having more and more technologies or more solutions or more tools or more models that cannot be applied on the ground. So I don't know if it's the first day of the conference today. So as researchers, it's always good to say, where are we getting our problem statements from? And as we're developing these solutions, are we adding on that last step of how complex is it to transfer this technology, and what solution can we find for that complexity? So that's just what I wanted to add.
Thanks so much. I mean, those last couple comments were really insightful, and I really hope events like this can help to close that loop, exactly as you said, putting us in the same room. Even some of the comments about data availability, prices on daily level, will interest many of the researchers in the room. So hopefully we can help achieve those objectives. Maybe we can have a strong round of applause for our panelists. That was a great panel.
Thank you very much for the member of the panel for the good discussion. While they are joining their seat, I would like to invite Professor Teddy to just continue coming and discuss on his research, on the evidence from the 9 countries on living standard during the COVID pandemic. Thank you.
There are only 5.
All right.
Okay, gotcha.
Thanks,
Right,
thanks everybody. I think I've got some slides that they're bringing up. And again, really delighted to be here. I'm just going to take a little time in this session to review evidence. I think we all have lived through the pandemic. We all are aware of how disruptive it's been. Even in this panel, we've heard a number of ways in which that is the case for agriculture. What I'll be presenting on now is a broader discussion of evidence on this issue of impacts on living standards of the pandemic for low and middle income countries. Okay, I see my slides are coming. And hopefully they can bring them up. There we go, perfect. Okay. Well, I'll just get started, and maybe the slides can catch up. What I'll be presenting on today is joint work with my colleague Mushfiq Mubarak at Yale University. We were honored to be asked to write a review piece for the annual review of economics, summarizing the literature on living standards impacts. One of the things that we found that was so striking was just the explosion of research that has come out on the topic, on living standards, of course, but on a broader range of outcomes that are relevant for people's well-being, related to mental health, related to domestic violence, related to education, and those are some of the that I'll be talking about in the slides when they're up. Some of the work that I'll be presenting is also based on a joint effort that I coordinated with several people in the room, including Dean Carlin, my friend in the back, where we brought together scholars from, I think it was 10 different countries, or 9 different countries, data sets, and scholars from more than a dozen different institutions around the world to pool our data together on living standards impacts early on in the pandemic. Several of us were individually collecting information in real time in those early months of the pandemic on people's food consumption, on revenues, on business outcomes, and we decided to join forces and put them all together and see what we could learn by pooling that data. So it's an effort that we're really proud of. We worked very quickly in real time during the pandemic to do that. Hopefully the slides will work now. I see them in the back, but, oh, and they're here, good. So let's just keep moving forward now that the slides are here. Maybe we can advance to the next slide. Or can I do that? Can somebody advance to the next slide? All right. Okay, good. So again, as I mentioned, our goal is to talk about this emerging research. This is together with Mushfiq Mubarak. Can we advance to the next slide, please? And again, I kind of mentioned what we were doing here in terms of reviewing the literature. There were over 100 studies that we found. We did a lot of reading to try to understand this literature as well. One of the things that was a bit unusual about our literature review, because we were doing it in the middle of the pandemic, was so much of what we relied on weren't published papers in academic journals. There were new NGO reports, government reports, even media accounts that we drew on to try to get the latest data on the pandemic, and we really tried to synthesize them in our review. Okay, great. Next slide, please. Great. So this is just an example. In the appendix to the study, we have dozens and dozens of these pages listing out all the articles that I'm really puzzled by the presentation, sorry. I'm going to just keep going, and I'm going to ignore the slides and just tell you about the talk. Okay, so what was our goal? We partnered with researchers in many different countries to try to present evidence in as persuasive a way as we could on the research literature. I talked about the collaboration with Dean. Let me give you some key findings there and just really how it can contribute to the next session. I know we're going to hear a lot more about COVID coming up. By working across many different countries, we found a lot of commonalities and common patterns. In country after country, in the first few months of the pandemic, as I think we all know, living standards were documented to fall dramatically. 2 particular studies, one was the one we worked on in Kenya, another was one from Sierra Leone, collected extremely high frequency data on firms, revenues, and profits. And what was nice about those two data sets is we had quite representative samples of firms in those two countries, one East African and one West African. And what we found is in the first few months of COVID, revenues and profits in both of those settings fell by between 40 to 50%. So the economic shock of the early months of the pandemic was really huge. And again, I think we're all familiar with how disruptive that period was. But I think the data that we were able to put together in the study really highlighted the magnitudes. There were huge effects. The other thing in our joint work with colleagues was documenting just what large share of population was affected. So when we asked households whether they had been forced to reduce food consumption, just getting back to the food security point we were on, in country after country, 40, 50, 60% of households, sometimes even 70% of households in the early months of the pandemic said they had been forced to reduce food consumption because of the pandemic. And again, these were all low and middle income countries. So the research we were able to put together really highlighted just how pervasive the shock was of the pandemic. All right, so that was a kind of measurement of living standards that we were able to work on. Let me mention just a few other, I see the kind of slides here. Let me try to maybe go back to them quickly. Can you advance to the next slide, please? Great, and maybe to the next one. I'll just skip over this. Okay. They're out again. I'm going to ignore the slide. You can just turn off the slides. Okay. It's just wasting time. So let me just get back to where I was. Living standards fell. Firm revenue fell. There were really large-scale negative effects. But what we're very kind of proud with this review and really the researcher was how quickly researchers around the globe, in East Africa, in West Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, documented effects in a wide range of areas. So I'll give you a few dimensions that are very important. People have talked about, for instance, the twin pandemic during COVID of intimate partner violence or domestic violence. So in country after country, there is evidence that rates of domestic violence increased dramatically during the pandemic. There were studies by public health researchers on mental health outcomes. In country after country around the world, in Africa and beyond, rates of depression and anxiety increased dramatically during the pandemic. In country after country, researchers documented learning loss in schools during the pandemic. And in the East Africa region, for instance, several countries, I know Uganda in particular, had extended lockdowns of schools. There were documented learning loss in countries. There was a study using data from Ethiopia that found the average student lost something like half a year of learning during the first year of the pandemic. Just test scores weren't going up. People were basically losing a lot of learning. So in all these dimensions, even beyond direct living standards, there were negative effects of the pandemic. And this gets me to the kind of last point, and this is what I want to emphasize here, which is all of these things we talked about, from health, mental health, domestic violence, education, all of these things are outcomes that can have long-lasting effects on people's lives. So yes, there was an immediate loss of income. Yes, there was immediate hunger. Everybody knew about that. But the consequences of the pandemic may continue to be felt for many years if kids didn't get enough schooling and they don't have the human capital they need. If there are traumas associated with domestic violence and mental health consequences as well. So an area that we want to emphasize in the policy space is really dealing with those legacies and finding ways to help the kids whose schooling was disrupted catch up. Finding ways to help the families that experience domestic violence overcome and deal with those traumas so they don't have lasting adverse legacies. And also dealing with the health consequences. Another thing I didn't mention is many regular health campaigns were delayed during COVID, as I think we know. So there's a program in Kenya that I've been involved in providing deworming in schools that had been going on for a decade. They couldn't carry it out the first year of the pandemic. Now they've brought it back. But again, that's a year in which children didn't get investments in their health. So I want us all to think about, on the research side and the policy side, not just the immediate pandemic we're living through, but crafting effective public policies to deal with the legacies going forward. All right? So unfortunately, I couldn't go through the pretty slides and the maps. here, but that was really just the punchline. And just a final word before I turn it over. I think people are aware of this, and this was something that came up in the last session. Vaccine access has been very different in the African continent and the rest of the world. And that's something I also want us to keep track of. In middle income and wealthy countries now, the vast majority of population have received vaccines. In the median African country, it's only 20% of people who have received COVID vaccines. Actually, Rwanda has done better than that. They're one of the leaders in sub-Saharan Africa in terms of vaccination. But again, moving forward, that's just another critical policy challenge that hasn't gone away if it's only 20% of people who have been vaccinated. So again, those are the two policy issues I want us to keep our eyes on for COVID, long-term legacies, and really finishing the job with vaccination in sub-Saharan Africa effectively, which is only getting started in many countries. So let me just leave it there, and I think we'll take a coffee break for a few minutes. Is that right? We can take some questions. Yeah, so I'm happy to open it up for questions.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm just curious to see whether anything else you found that actually showed some opportunities that we can leverage in terms of how the pandemic affected Africa in comparison to maybe higher income countries.
It's an interesting point. I think the comment that just came out in the panel about how the pandemic has stimulated investments in new vaccine manufacturing facilities is a really interesting one, because it speaks to the recognition that came out of the pandemic about how important it is to have that local manufacturing capacity, to have capacity here in sub-Saharan African countries catering to the needs, the health needs of people here. You know, we saw early on in the pandemic just all of the hoarding of vaccines in rich countries. And so I think, to the extent that this stimulates investments in local production, that would really be a good outcome of the pandemic. In terms of, others, I think the sad truth in what we reviewed is there weren't too many beneficial effects that we found. Looking across many different realms, we saw adverse effects in African countries and globally, but it could be that some of those opportunities will emerge over time, and we'll realize that some of the changes that occurred because of the pandemic will be positive. It's so hard to predict, but in our review, we couldn't really identify many of those.
I'm coming.
Oh. Is there a hand up? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much. I was wondering, for example, the negative impact of COVID on education. Many remedial classes have been put in place to, to reduce the gap. But in the health sector, the pandemic has reduced the number of visits in health facilities in terms of vaccine campaign and so forth. So do you think, is there any program which can be put in place to reduce this health gap? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you mentioned about lost campaigns, vaccine campaigns, is extremely important because, again, without achieving high enough vaccination rates, we run the risk of future outbreaks of diseases that have been more or less controlled. So again, I would just urge policymakers, donors, and others not to lose sight of all that was lost and to make sure those investments are being made. I'm certainly familiar in some East African countries with the attempts at remedial education. I think those are very important. I think some of the early efforts during the pandemic and even afterwards were only effective for some students. They may have relied on access to certain technologies. Maybe if I do have access to the internet, it's easier for me to catch up and access materials. But for many of the most vulnerable who don't have access to that technology, yet again, they're disadvantaged. So another theme that we talk about in the review is how the pandemic could exacerbate inequalities. And inequalities that we've been working as a community to try to deal with for a long time. So that's another fact that I think we need to deal with going forward. I think was there another hand here? Yeah. Alibel, hey.
I don't know if your data has something.
Do you want to put on the mic? Sorry.
Okay. I don't know if your data has something to say about the following issue. I'm asking this because in Ethiopia, for instance, there are some regions have completely locked down and some regions not. Yeah. but those regions who have complete lockdown has a very devastating effect on the economy.
Yeah.
Now, looking back to the measures that have been taken in the global world, so do you think that the measures that have been taken in the world have really exacerbated the situation? Or can we really have another measures and then minimize the effect on that? That's my...
Yeah, so you're talking about lockdowns. I mean, I think the conventional wisdom now, or broad consensus, is that there may be very different appropriate policies on lockdowns when we think about the economy in richer and poorer countries. I think that's something that's well established. In poor countries where people are closer to subsistence and more vulnerable communities, the effects of the lockdown could be quite devastating and quite different than in a richer country where it's easier to work from home or people have more savings, etc. I think that's something that we talk about and we think is very important, that it's not the case that in this pandemic situation, poor countries should always just take exactly what the rich countries are doing and copy it. The situation's different. The other dimension of differentiation, I would say, is there are different optimal policies in a world with effective vaccines and before you have vaccines. And as vaccines roll out, the attractiveness, of course, of lockdowns becomes much lower because the health risks are lower. And in fact, there was a study that came out just this past week trying to estimate how many lives had been saved because of this very rapid vaccine rollout we've seen, around the world. Now, of course, in sub-Saharan Africa, it's been slower, but in other places, billions have been vaccinated, and they estimate that tens of millions of lives have been saved. So again, the vaccine technology is critical, as is the rollout, and I think that's what makes the slow vaccination campaigns in many African countries so really painful, is that you can't fully go back to normal without the vaccine.
Let's call it here. Everyone, let's please give a huge round of applause to Ted. Not only is he a fantastic, renowned researcher, but an engaging storyteller as well. So thank you so much, Ted. We're now going to break for coffee. We scheduled 20 minutes, but because we started a little late, we're going to try to keep it to 15. So please head in after there. The coffee will be served on the terrace. Thank you.
Well, it was just, this guy was very strict. And so somebody came in and then left, and he didn't recognize him. He was giving him a hard time. So basically, like, this means you've been cleared. Yeah. I talked with, I forgot the woman's name. Yes. She agreed that would be better. So I think maybe just for that. Oh yeah, it's fine. I mean, I think it went fine. It went better than I expected. Like your picture of the arena, I see like okay, like No. I mean, I think the beginning, just like those things, trying to get them alphabetically organized was a nightmare because they don't stay in place, So that was a little bit of a frustration, but otherwise, not at all. I thought it went fine. That was just getting late start up there. Yeah, no. How's it going?
Good. Jenna and I are now figuring out how to tweet.
Oh. laptop lying out.
Each one is going to have like 20 minutes. Yeah. So just say 20 minutes. 20 minutes presentation on coaching. Yeah. Or presentation on 5 minutes. 5 minutes. This is very confusing. Okay. No, it's just say 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes for presentation. Okay. 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 Perfect. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So that's total 20 minutes. Okay. Yeah.
I'm taking over from Joe for timekeeping. Do you
Okay.
have whatever the latest, like
Yeah.
I did references?
Yeah, okay. I'm going to sit with you because it's complicated. Okay.
I'm going to use I'm sitting where Joe just was.
Okay.
I'm going to grab, we did have a 2-minute time card, so literally just both of you.
Okay, just introduce yourself.
Yeah. So hello everybody. Welcome back from the coffee break. My name is Christina File. I'm an East Fellow of 2019, and I'll be your MC for this afternoon session. So in this session, we have presentations from latest research in COVID-19 and development. Each of our presenters will have 15 minutes for presentation, and then we will have 5 minutes for questions after each presentation. So our first presenter is Aimabo and Sabimana, who will be sharing his research entitled Keeping the Lights On During a Pandemic, COVID-19 and Electricity Demand in Ghana and Rwanda. Welcome, Aimabo.
Thank you very much, Christian. I'm going to use my 15 minutes to present to you the findings, the preliminary findings of our study. As she mentioned, we are working on the project, keeping the light on during a pandemic time. Next, please. This work is being developed by 4 authors. We have Justice Mensah, we have myself, we have James Njasi from Ghana, and Alexandre from Rwanda. Briefly, I will discuss on 5 points. I will just give the background, explain the context of COVID and stay-at-home policy in both countries. I will present briefly the data sources and some basic statistics and some preliminary findings that we have, and conclude with the way forward. Next, please. As you know, COVID has been a big issue, and from the time it has appeared, it has brought unprecedented economic shocks, and this pandemic has drastically induced the shift in living conditions, being in education, work environment, work home policy, and the consumer spending has drastically changed across the globe. And different preventing measures, including stay at home, and the other measures like social distancing has been provided mostly by public health officials, to be able to reduce the incidence of that pandemic. To respond on these economic and health shocks, various countries have used different measures to support their people through subsidies and the other intervention, mostly on essential needs like food, water, and others. For instance, in Ghana, they have provided subsidy on electricity. Next, please. So, like some other countries, Rwanda and Ghana, have implemented various measures, as I have mentioned, during that COVID. And just briefly on talking on the time COVID reached these countries, in Ghana, the first case was recorded on 12th of March, while in Rwanda was 14th of March. And in Rwanda, a week after, they have a restricted lockdown. That was 21st. And that time lasted roughly 45 days. You can imagine. And this was more strict in cities in Rwanda, like Kigali, other secondary cities, where there were many people that they need to stay home. But in rural areas, the agricultural activities could be going on. And as I mentioned, Ghana has partly facilitated the people through some subsidies on electricity. And they have two forms of subsidies. One was the Lifeline residential customers, and another one was Lifeline non-residential customers and non-residential customers. For the Lifeline residential customers, that subsidy has lasted around 12 months from April, the time they had this lockdown, until March. Of course, the lockdown was released, but they continue to support the people. What is the Lifeline residential customers? These are the people who can consume less than 50 units per month. Those were supported to consume electricity for free for the 12 months. While non-life residential and non-residential customers, they were only supported for 3 months. I think that was mostly in restricted lockdown, where the industry or other people who may consume more than 50 watt per month, they were supposed to pay only half of the price of electricity that they will consume per month. So that's the two difference. Next, please. Sorry. Yeah, now what is our research question? So we want to see how the pandemic affected the electricity consumption in both farms and the household in two countries. So we will use two different cases, Rwanda and Ghana, to evaluate the impact of stay-at-home policy on electricity demand in those countries. And we also try to see how the utility subsidy enables the quick recovery in Ghana. That's one case. But also we'll look at the distribution impact across different economic sectors of the pandemic in the two countries. Quick review on the main findings. We leverage the unique administrative data on billing electricity consumption from the two countries to provide the demand responses to household and the farms during the pandemic, during the COVID pandemic. And in all different specifications, we find that the stay-at-home policy has increased the consumption of electricity in the residential areas, but on the other side, it has reduced significantly the electricity demand in non-residential areas. More specifically, we have seen that on Rwanda, the average consumption of electricity has roughly increased by 4% in residential areas, while it has gone down around 11% for all non-residential areas. When we talk about non-residential areas, we mean the business maker, the office buildings, etc. And this is in the period between March to December, with the other 2 years before. So we are just looking on the average consumption between March to December during COVID and 2 years before the same period. So in Ghana, we found that the average consumption of electricity has roughly increased around 20% for residential areas and 5% for non-residential areas. And you can see in both cases, during that period from April to December in Ghana, the consumption of electricity has significantly increased compared to 1 year before the same period. So let's talk a little bit about identification strategy. We want to understand if really what we are thinking we are measuring makes sense or it doesn't. So there are two things that can bias our result, and we just follow the paper from Elwin. Sorry, yes, I have to check. My God, I have to. Somebody's taking on that. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Sorry for this issue. So let me talk briefly on the data we have used. We are using two different data from two different countries. We have used the data on electricity consumption received from the Rwanda Utility Regulatory Authority, RULA, and that includes the monthly consumption purchase of all electricity. And of course, I would say that RULA is the national regulator responsible for regulating all public entities in terms of water, electricity, telecommunication, etc. So we have the data from 2018 January to 2020 December. And we have used more than 21 million observations. In Ghana, we got data from Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG. And this is also the largest distributor of the electricity in Ghana, which cover the side of south and the middle of the country. And it's really covering more than 70% of all the electricity consumers in Ghana. And we have data, by the time we are doing this estimation, we have data from January 2019 to December. But now we have received the other bunch of the data from January 2018. We will try to estimate the same model as we have done in Rwanda. And we have roughly 29 million observations on Ghana side. So it's worth it to mention that both countries will have electricity, the frequency of the purchase, and the unit purchased, and the amount paid by every customer. And you have the customer ID as well as the location of the customer. So that's why I was talking about the identification strategy, that estimating the pandemic, it becomes with some challenges because when you are talking about electricity consumption, you need to consider the seasonality in electricity demand, temperature and rainfall. They play important role for the electricity consumption and the electricity access, especially for the Sub-Saharan Africa, where we use more water to produce electricity. Sometimes during rainy season, you have more water. The opposite we don't have, and that goes with electricity. But also with the global nature of the pandemic, it's really difficult that by having everybody staying home, you can't really find somebody as the counterfactual, right? So you need to think about how do you compare with who, so that you can provide really accurate result when you compare with the people who got exposed but not. But in this case, everyone was at home, everybody got a shock. So we need to provide some more techniques to be able to identify the impact of COVID. So to address these issues, we just rely on one recent publication by Elwin, and you implement the difference in difference design to compare the differences in the consumption during COVID and before COVID using the same period. So basically, we look at the average consumption in the month before COVID and after COVID. Basically, this approach uses the average monthly demand for each household or the farm in some previous years to be able to show how this has changed. So basically, I'm not going to go in this math. It's maybe time consuming, but basically you can see our outcome is the monthly consumption of electricity, log of the consumption of the expenditure for that household I in month A at a time T. So I'm going to skip, but we use two stages to get that difference and difference. The first one, we just do the estimation of the consumption of electricity throughout all this period. And then the second stage, we just compute the difference and difference. And for instance, here we use the average consumption of 2020, subtract the average of the years we have considered in before COVID. In Ghana, we have 2019. In Rwanda, we have 2018 to 2019. So basically, if you, the result show that the consumption of electricity in Rwanda across different sectors, we have around 2% increase on average, the 2% increase, while the residential areas have around 4%, and in the non-residential area we have around 11% decrease of electricity consumption. This also is the result. If you look, we have just estimated over the 12 months from COVID, month by month, from March, where we have the lockdown, up to the December 2020, and you have that in comparison with the previous year, previous months, and we find that in all cases, the residential areas consumption has increased, while the non-residential areas in Rwanda, it has gone down. If we go specifically on non-residential areas, subsectors, where we can have the hospitals, health centers, and all other house buildings in non-residential areas, we find that the consumption has different looks. So for instance, in hotels, you can see that right during COVID, in the lockdown, the consumption of electricity has gone down around 70%, while in health centers and hospitals, the consumption has gone up by 8.5%. But as you can see, over time, there was much variation. For instance, in 6 months after COVID outbreak in Rwanda, the whole hotel's consumption has gone up by 12%. You can understand that that was due to the normalizing of the businesses and come back to the real activities. And when you look in Ghana, while in Rwanda we have average of 2% consumption during the lockdown, in Ghana we have around 19% increase of the consumption. And we have more in the residential area, we have around 19 to 20%, while in non-residential areas, we have around 5% increase in electricity consumption. And you can imagine this mostly due to the non-lifeline. Okay, question? Yeah, I can just give wrap up. Briefly, we can see that we find a significant economic impact of the COVID during COVID and lockdown on electricity demand, and this impact is much higher in Ghana than in Rwanda, and possibly due to the state of the subsidy that the country has provided in that regard. And so far, this is a preliminary result. We are going to clean the data on Ghana, which we have access of 1 year before, 2018, and then we will try to estimate the same model and see how the result looks like. And then we will do some event studies for both countries to see how much changes the COVID has affected electricity consumption. Thank you.
We'll take a couple questions. I'm running. We're going to start in the back. I see you, I see you. Hi, hi. To your right. Hello.
Thank you. My name is Christian. I work for the Fire Foundation. So I don't have a very strong background in quantitative research. To me, it looks a little bit intuitive that when people at home, the consumption of electricity is going to go up because you could argue that people are watching TV, they are doing the stuff that they usually don't do because they are at work. So that to me is a little bit intuitive. So my question is, what surprised you in your findings? What did you see and you were like, now this is really surprising? And I think my second one is, you could also, did you find a positive net value in government subsidies? Because if you look at Netflix subscriptions, they have really gone up because people were at home and they didn't have anything to do and they were watching Netflix. So wouldn't have people been better off if the government actually supported them in other areas other than electricity? Because possibly they were spending a lot of money in other things, and therefore the support from the government on electricity wasn't as didn't give a bigger net positive value.
Okay. One more.
Hello?
Two more.
Yeah, it's here. I'm Dagim. My question for you is that in your results, you're saying that due to the lockdown, electricity consumption in Rwanda has, on average, reduced, right? If we take the aggregate, and in Ghana it has increased.
Yeah, in Rwanda it has increased around 2% for residential areas.
Yeah.
And 11% for non-residential areas in Rwanda.
Yeah, but if we take the aggregate.
Yeah, that's the average aggregate.
Yeah, so it has increased for Ghana.
Yeah, in Ghana the consumption is higher.
Yeah, exactly.
Compared to Rwanda, yeah.
So, and of course in your regressions, I didn't see, for example, whether you have interacted the subsidy. You just mentioned that it could be explained by the subsidy, but I still couldn't understand the bottom line of your findings. So, what's the take from here?
Okay.
We're going to only do 2 questions per panelist on this, or else we'll go way over. My apologies. So, Amable, if there's any final words that you want to say.
Yeah, thank you. There are common questions that they have asked about the bottom line of the findings. So at least we have 2 different scenarios. Maybe before I come on that, I just want to remind that also that in Rwanda, the country has made different subsidies, especially on essential food and the other essential needs in the household, but not specifically in electricity as what Ghana has done. But we have different subsidies in other sectors as well. So now the bottom of these findings, you can see we have 2 different results. So basically we have where the country have provided subsidies, the electricity consumption has gone more than 20% during COVID time than what has been done before. So the consumption has gone 20% higher in Ghana during the same period of COVID compared to the period before COVID of the same period. And this is something we need to understand, that either the subsidy has incentive for the people, especially those with lower purchasing capacity, so that they can be able to pay electricity. But also, this was, for the government of Ghana, I think, was a matter of also supporting the people to be able to have the, I mean, to be supported during COVID. Because during COVID, people have to stay home. They have to do something rather than just keeping it themselves. So they didn't have income, some of them. They have past-time contract. They couldn't manage to purchase electricity. And this has shown that the interventions can do better on the welfare of the people. And also for his question, he was asking about the other areas rather than electricity. I mentioned that even in Rwanda, we have different interventions. Government have provided food and other essentials across the community in the country. And the results are not quite trivial because we are still working on them. This is the preliminary result. We hope that we are going to improve the model. But the first impression is that there is impact of COVID on electricity demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Amabo, for your wonderful presentation. And the next presentation is from an East Fellow called Tigist Mekonon. She is a development economist with the World Bank, and she'll be presenting her research on tracking the COVID-19 vaccine equity, distribution, and cases in the Global South. Welcome, Tigist.
Can you hear me? Thanks so much. So it's great to be here. This is the biggest event that has done since 2017.
Tigist, we'll need you to speak a little louder for us in the back. So sorry.
Okay, let me use this. Okay, I think now it's okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, so Ted briefly touched my presentation, so it's great to start. So I will be presenting on the topic, tracking the COVID-19 vaccine distribution and cases in the Global South. I was working on this paper with one of my colleagues at Michigan State University. So the paper is at early stage, but it's good to share with you what we have. So this is the outline of the presentation. I will briefly show you the introduction part, the study context, the data and the estimation method we use, the result, and the conclusion part. So as you know, the COVID-19, the coronavirus was a big crisis. So around 6 million lives was taken, and until recently, until this month, over 6 million lives was costing, and over 550 million cases until this month. So, for instance, if we see the global working hour loss, it was 8.8%. This is equivalent to 255 million people that has been lost their job. So when we compare to different continents, for instance, high-income country, the employment was reduced by 8.3%. Upper income, low income, upper middle income in the US and in Africa, employment was reduced by those percentages. So when we see the global economic loss in 2020 only, it was 9 trillion USD. So this is one of the worst recession since the Great Depression. So this is this is the losses and the COVID-19 crisis that created on the world. So thanks to science and technology, now we have the vaccine. The COVID-19 vaccine invention was quicker than the previous experience. The previous experience was it may take up to 10 to 15 years to invent a vaccine because of the complexity of developing the vaccine. So, for instance, in the early 2000s, the influenza pandemic in the 80s, over 15 million lives was lost due to influenza. But now the COVID-19 vaccine was developed less than 1 year. The first vaccine was Pfizer. Pfizer was introduced in December 2020 after getting approved by the Food and Drug Administration on December 11. So there are also other vaccines. The World Health Organization has approved and publicized around 10 vaccines, including Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson. These three are the most used vaccines. So as of May 9, 2020, over 11 billion vaccine doses were administered. So when we see the vaccine acceptance rate in low, middle, and income in low, middle, and high income countries, for instance, the average vaccine acceptance rate in least developed countries, it is 80%. But in the US, for instance, since it's a big country, we use the US as a sample to compare with other continents, like other groups like low income, middle income, and high income countries. As you can see, in the least developed countries, the vaccine acceptance rate was higher than even the United States. So, while the vaccination against COVID-19 has resulted in a substantial reduction of COVID-19 related new infections and deaths as well, and started to and helped the world economy to recover, but this was not the case in least developed countries because of the distribution. So globally, 59% of persons are fully vaccinated in terms of worldwide. It is the highest percentage in the Western Pacific, but the lowest is in Africa, only 14%. That is why we are interested in this topic to study what is the issue, why it's very low in Africa and high in Western Pacific, while the vaccine acceptance rate was higher in least developed countries. So we want to know whether is it because of the vaccine distribution or the government was not properly working, or there is low production by the pharmaceutical company. So we want to track these gaps. So first, before we go to the estimation, first we categorized countries into global south and non-global south based on the World Bank country classification by income group. Based on this, we classified countries into global south and non-global south countries. So we extract data, 149 global south countries and 59 non-global south countries for comparison purpose from our world data websites. So in this data, we have this important information for the analysis, the national COVID-19 vaccination coverage and take-up. We have also data on COVID-19 new and new cases and cumulative cases, as well as the deaths, and the vaccination policy for all countries. So, so we also use additional data from World Health Organization website from COVID-19 dashboard that was administered by the Center for System Science and Engineering at Johns Hopkins University. And we also used the data from Bloomberg graphics on COVID-19 vaccine tracker. We also used data on the first date of the vaccination for each country from CNN Health. Why we use all this data? Because those data has important information for our analysis. That is why we explore all those databases. So the latest date that we extracted this data was on May 12. So for the analysis, we used the event study method because this method is appropriate for our analysis due to the variation in the treatment timing across different countries at a different period. So using the country level data, our unit of analysis is country. So using the country level data, we applied an event study method to examine the effect of an event. The event is COVID-19 vaccination rollout. That is the event on outcome of interest, like after the rollout of the vaccine on new cases and new deaths. So the main event for our study is the start of the vaccination against the COVID-19 vaccine for each country. So we use the COVID-19 vaccine confirmation date from the World Bank, from the World Health Organization as information event or policy to assess the variation in timing by countries. So our data also have the various dates when the vaccine are available across countries, including first available date and first available date to different groups disaggregated by age, like the old one, the adult one, and the children one. So this also helps us to apply those information also helps us to apply the study event analysis. So the study event analysis is also pretty similar to the difference in difference method. So there are several studies that applied the event study method, especially related to COVID. There are many studies that applied the event study method. So I just put here for just as an example. So before we started our estimation, we categorized, based on the government policy on COVID-19 vaccination, we first grouped countries into six categories following the RECHE. These are the team that administered our world in data. Those are the team that administer the data that we use. So the first category was no availability. The second one was availability for one of the following key workers, clinically vulnerable groups, and elderly group. The second category we have is the availability for the two groups from those groups. Key workers, clinically vulnerable groups, and elderly. The fourth category, availability for all of them, and the fifth one, availability for all plus the partial additional availability, and the last one, universal availability. So based on those categories, for instance, in Africa, there are two countries under category 0. Those countries are Eritrea and Somalia. No, Eritrea and Comoros. And the others are not under category 1. Under category 2, we also have one country in Africa and one country in Asia. The Africa one is Somalia, and the Asia one is Afghanistan. And the under category 4, we have six countries in Africa And in Asia, we have 3 countries, and under category 5, there are 82% of the African countries that we include in our data. They are under category 5. Asia, 91%. The rest are under category 5. So this table shows you the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccination, people fully vaccinated per 100, the total booster, and cases and deaths. So when you see when we compare non-global South countries with global South countries, for instance, the median time in weeks since the first introduction of the COVID-19 vaccine, the non-global South countries have 64 weeks compared to the non-global South countries. And people fully vaccinated per 100, non-global South countries are 50. Global South countries are 50, non-global South countries are 68. Total booster, it's very low in global South countries, but in non-global South countries, 45. So in terms of cases, non-global South countries have higher cases per million than the global South countries. In terms of total deaths per million, non-global South countries only 403, but in non-global South countries over 2,000. Because in non-global South countries, there are many cases. That's why in non-global South countries have higher deaths and higher cases. So these are the graphs showing the mean between global South and non-global South countries. This table shows you the distribution of countries by COVID-19 vaccination start period since the first introduction. So if you see row 1, within the first 6 months, since the vaccination start period, in non-global South countries, there was 76%, but global South countries, it was 52%. Between 7 to 12 months since the vaccination start period, global South countries was higher, 62% than non-global South countries. And the last one is lower in both cases. So distribution of outcome before and after the introduction of the vaccine, new cases per million after COVID-19. If you can see the first 2 rows, in terms of new cases per million and in terms of new ICU patient per million, it was increased even after the introduction of the vaccine. So this is because even after the introduction of the vaccine, there was higher cases and deaths. That's why it increased. But in terms of weekly ICU administration, it was 274 after the vaccine, but 330 it reduces. And in terms of life expectancy, there is 1 year reduction. So this graph shows the event study analysis, the event study estimation result. The red one,
We'd like to have some time for questions. Wrap up.
Okay, this is the point, the event study estimation. The red line, the horizontal one, the event study estimation method. So if we pick one horizontal line from this, so we are that means between those lower bound and upper bound, we are 95% confident that the estimation is true. That is the interpretation. And this graph, if you see the horizontal line, there was over there some up. That was the one explanation could be that would be the time where the COVID vaccine surge were increasing? Or
Thank you so much. I am so sorry, Tigist. We can try to answer
I'm
questions
almost
in the
there.
QA. Thank you. We'll take 2 questions now. So sorry, but we're a little behind. I see.
Hi, Tigist. Great presentation. My question is only regarding, we know there is significant underreporting of cases, especially from the global south. So how did you account for that? I will expect you to maybe use another data, let's say from the Economist excess mortality reports or something, just to provide more rigorous evidence. Yeah.
Okay. I think this is comment, right? You are suggesting to use alternative data, right? Okay.
Any other questions?
Actually, so yeah, maybe use another one, but not to throw away what you use from the WHO, but to maybe compare the 2 data sets and see what will happen. Right? Otherwise, people will say, for example, in some countries like Nigeria, maybe the underreporting could be up to 70% or something, right? Or the deaths and all that. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so maybe you can't compare rich and poor countries because the data is not. It's not like it's not at the same level of quality, right?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Hello. I have one comment.
Okay.
I was just trying to comment on your event study estimates, and I'm a little bit not sure whether I understood your estimates correctly. So before and after COVID, your point estimates seem to be similar.
Before and after the introduction of the COVID vaccine for specific countries, because different countries introduced the vaccine at different time. That is why we applied the event study.
No, I get that. I'm just saying that the estimates just before and after COVID, they seem to be similar. They seem to be around 0. And both for the cases and days. If you can put up your slide, we could see that, but I'm a little bit not sure, or perhaps I misunderstood your presentation.
Can someone show?
For the sake of time, I might suggest that we have you 2 meet one-on-one during one of the breaks. I'm so sorry to be a strict timekeeper, but we just really want to get through all the amazing panelists. So thank you so much, Tigis. That was wonderful. I'm going to pass it back over to Christina to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tigis, for your wonderful presentation. And now I'm pleased to introduce another East Fellow, Ronald Mulebeke, who is a health systems researcher and a PhD research fellow in disease prevention and control. So welcome, Ronald.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share with you a study which was done by a group of researchers from Acre University School of Public Health, University of California, Berkeley, OPM, Office of the Prime Minister in Uganda, and Ministry of Health. So the study is basically, sorry? It's gone up so fast. Wow. How do I get back? So the issues of transferring technology to the users is right evident here. So the study is about evaluation of a national program to distribute free face masks for COVID-19 prevention, evidence from Bale district in Uganda. So I'll talk about the background and motivation, methods, results, and conclusion. So COVID-19 pandemic came as a very new disease globally, and there were so many challenges in the health system, and therefore there were many options that came up in terms of preventing COVID-19. And one of the key non-pharmaceutical intervention to reduce COVID-19 was wearing masks. And this was very common in countries, especially in the global south, where access to vaccines was a challenge at that time when the global north actually was dominant in accessing these. So Uganda decided to make a policy of distributing free masks as one of the strategies to reduce COVID. And this was a national campaign where free masks were distributed to all citizens who are above 5 years, and about 30 million masks were distributed by the government. So in this study, as we wanted to evaluate the impact of these masks in terms of use, we partnered with the Office of the Prime Minister, Minister of Health, the local district officials, and the Mbale district officials. So our study objectives were basically to test whether distribution of free masks affected mask behavior, and also to test whether pairing mask distribution with education about masks and about COVID affected the attitudes, knowledge, and behavior. Now, we're motivated to do this study because there were quite a number of barriers to wearing masks as the literature kept evolving during the pandemic. And one of them was about access to affordable masks. So would it be a barrier to mask wearing? And therefore, a number of settings thought that free distribution would improve the uptake of health goods, as it has been evidenced somewhere, and therefore even for COVID-19 in terms of using masks. And then the other barrier could be knowledge of COVID-19 severity and mask effectiveness. Again, probably education about COVID-19 and masks would overcome this barrier. And then the importance of using masks, and especially the behavior nudges to change behavior. This was one of the issues that, again, we thought would address in the study. And of course, social norms, social signaling can affect adoption of health goods, as has been evidenced. So we thought that giving education to these people and also giving behavior nudges would actually improve the uptake. So what did we do? This study was in eastern Uganda, in Mbale district, and the study was conducted between Feb and April 2021, and the intervention was basically mask distribution by the government of Uganda, and then the study team, as I've mentioned, was involved in the last mile distribution and also education of the distributors. So we collected data by direct observation of mask behavior and self-reported phone surveys about masks, about COVID, and socioeconomic data was collected. This is just to give you a little bit of the timelines about the distribution campaign. The distribution started around June 2020. It paused a bit during elections in Uganda at that time. from November to January, it was an election year, election period, and therefore there was a bit of pausing. But again, slightly before the elections in January 2021, there was a presidential directive to ensure that all citizens in the country received these masks. And therefore, we kind of started this study in Feb, just slightly after the elections, when we did the baseline survey. And then the masks reached Timbale district, and then eventually we did the inline survey. But the priority for this mask distribution was basically for areas or districts which were along the borders and also the highway districts, and then the densely populated districts. This is just to give you a context of Uganda in terms of COVID burden around the time we conducted this study. And so when you look at this, so we had slightly over 162,000 cases around that period of the study. And when you look at that box, the red area is showing the time of the study, and you can see that the cases were quite low during that time, and this was just immediately after the election period. And the cases were slightly over 3,500 cases. But again, just to note that most of these cases were actually picked, which were tested and reported, were picked from border points, and at the same time trying to follow up some contacts from the people who had been found positive and were in the community. So we selected 4 sub-counties in Mbale district in eastern Uganda. And these were Busiu sub-county, Busiu town council, and the others. And these we randomly selected about 90 villages to collect data from. But the final sample came from 3 sub-counties. Again, this being the distribution of masks being a government program, one of the sub-counties had issues with the implementation or the last mile logistics of distribution, so it was excluded from the study. So the interventions were mainly the village health teams. These are basically health center 1, regarded to be like health center 1 in Uganda, that the community health workers and were tasked to distribute these masks. And the masks were given to all villages at the same time. And so what we did was basically to do some training with these volunteers who are distributing the masks. And these were, because each village has a volunteer, and therefore about 2 volunteers. So we selected 2 from the villages where we did the training. So we talked about COVID-19. We talked about masks, how they work. We talked about proper ways to wear the masks and also strategies not to forget. And then we provided scripts which these would actually use to talk to the people who are receiving these masks. So data collection was direct observation, and this was basically whether masks were visible on their faces and also whether they covered the nose and the mouth. And then we had the phone surveys. And here we are talking about knowledge about COVID, mask use, attitudes and knowledge, and then a bit of demographics which were collected about these recipients. So we did a pre and post analysis just to find out what was happening before, the mask use before the free distribution. And also we did some randomization where we wanted to check whether the training of the people are distributing actually affected the use of masks. Now, as I get to the results, there are some limitations, and these limitations basically that it was a small geographical area, and also the pre and post design had its own challenges, and then were not able to follow up these distributors to the last mile to see whether they delivered the training they received. So the average masks which were distributed per village, about 200. And this is our main result. Now, as you look at this, we see that slightly over, over 90% of the people reported using masks. But when it comes to direct observations, it was much lower, less than 1% reported using masks before and after. So we see a very large discrepancy between self-reports and observed mask use. And also, there's a very small significant increase in mask use after distribution, and probably for this kind of result in this setting, it could be a challenge to, based on these, even maybe to influence policy because it's less than 1%. But we see that the observed mask use remained low. Again, when we try to do some sub-analysis, people who are commuting used more the masks compared to other activities. This slide is basically to say there was no evidence that VHT training that was conducted had any impact on mask use, as all the parameters on the data we collected was basically not significant. In conclusion, there was small increase in mask use following distribution, and this suggests that probably access to masks may have been a barrier to some people. Mask use was very low in the study area, pre and post. There was a very vast discrepancy between observed and self-reported, and also variation in mask use by activity, and no evidence that training volunteers improved mask recipients, meaning that probably such lack of information was not a barrier to mask use. But also social norms were key factors in observance, in observable health behaviors. We see this again in another study in neighboring Kenya around the same area, where there was a lot of social desirability bias which involved, which affected the interventions. Just to pick out one of these bullets, a free distribution and education and other interventions have had impact elsewhere, like in Bangladesh, where actually the impact was much higher compared to what we see in Uganda and in Kenya. But this is probably because in these settings, they were able to do much more than just education. After mask distribution, they had education, they had role models, and also they had reinforcement. But also the context in this area is that in Bangladesh, they had about 13.3 who are already using masks at baseline, whereas Uganda, it was only 0.5%. And therefore, the context is very, very critical. And so social norms are very key and very key in such studies and intensive interventions to affect mass use, though some of these interventions could be expensive. I want to acknowledge the Office of the Prime Minister, Minister of Health, Uganda, Mbale District, IPA, SEGA, and Wellspring for funding the study, Makerere University School of Public Health, and University of California, Berkeley. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronald. We'll take 5 minutes for questions.
Great. I actually would love to hear from women first this time. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I had 2 questions about the context for the mask wearing. You mentioned that most people self-reported wearing the mask in a public space. They were not observed to be doing so. And so one question was it required by law to wear the mask in a public space? And apologies if I missed that. And then the second question was, if it was required by law, was that law enforced? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to take 2 more questions and then we'll pass it over to Ronald to answer.
Thanks, Ronald. I'd like to ask about your result that training did not have an impact on wearing masks. And my question is, I think you mentioned somewhere that you are not able to follow the volunteers. So how can you be sure that the training was actually done?
And we'll take 1 more question from this side of the room. I'm coming. Christina has it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question relates to whether you considered issues around the targeting. I come from Kenya. And I know largely the free masks were given to people who were somehow assumed not to have access. And I'm not sure if that kind of targeting was also considered, that the free masks were largely given to people who initially could largely not afford. Could that also be a factor in them accepting to use? And was that covered in the design of the study?
Thank you very much. I'll start with the first question. Now, at the time when these masks were being distributed, there was no law that everyone was required to put on a mask, and therefore there was no law to enforce. But what has happened that I think sometime early this year, last year, the Parliament of Uganda was able now to enact some laws or to pass some laws governing COVID-19 prevention, issues of social distancing and wearing masks. So by the time of the study, there was no law. Now, in terms of training, we actually conducted a training of the VHTs who distributed these masks to households. But what we see is that probably the training could have gone further to the recipients, not just the distributors. And because we lacked the logistics to follow up whether the distributors actually passed on the information they received from the training. In terms of targeting, the masks were not actually targeting anyone. This was a presidential directive where every citizen was supposed to receive a mask, either you could afford them or not. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald, for your wonderful presentation. So let us clap again for our presenters. So we are going to have 1 hour lunch break. Our lunch will be served at the hotel's restaurant. So we'll be back.
One more thing to add. Thank you so much, Christina. And let's give a final round of applause to our speakers. I'm so sorry for cutting people off, but I'm just excited to also get you all to lunch. So in order to get served, you'll need a lunch voucher, which will be provided at the door. Jenna is holding them up right now. So please make sure you have one of those.
We'll definitely have more time for posters after this.
Thank you for getting back. Let's get settled. We start the next session now. Please come in. I have done that. Okay, thank you, everyone. Wow, can I speak from outside? You try. Doing the hardest job. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Please let's come back. Hi everyone. Let's come back please so that we do this session.
Hello. Oh. Thanks so much for all the poster presenters. Can we have a round of applause for everybody who made a poster? That was a lot of work and effort, and so we're definitely going to have another session today as soon as this panel is over, where you'll get to learn more, and we'll also have the posters up for the entire conference. So if you feel like standing again by your poster and telling people about it, if you feel like asking people questions, that's definitely going to be there for the whole conference. So thank you so much. So I'm really, really excited about this last session for today, which is going to be a panel related to the collaboration for inclusive development research. But before we bring our panelists up, Amos Juguna, who's are you executive director or chairman? He's the head of NIERA, he's the chairman of NIERA and one of our Dear East Fellows and also a professor at US International University in Kenya. So he's going to give us more information about CEDAR and its goals before we dive into the panel. So I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Maya. So I'll make a very brief presentation about the initiative that we are talking about today. The slides, please. So the initiative we are talking about today is titled CIDR, that is Collaborative Inclusive Development Research. It's an initiative that comes into force because of the fact that we know that issues of inclusion, issues of access, and collaborations amongst researchers, policymakers, and others in the ecosystem, including the practitioners, have gained lots of importance in recent times. So this initiative is being done collaboratively between the network of impact evaluation researchers in Africa, which I head at SIGA. Next slide, please. And SIGA. And the initiative generally underscores the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Of course, we have said in the morning that NERA is made up of fellows who've gone through the East Fellowship, and the East Fellowship is hosted by SIGA. So it's therefore only natural that over the 12 years that this has happened, we've learned the need to deepen and become more inclusive and create and generate knowledge around this area. And that's why coming up with a particular theory of change that will embed and ensure that players around this area are more inclusive becomes important. So who will use this work? We have fathers, we have practitioners, we have researchers all over the world. So given this opportunity, then we seek, next slide please. Given the opportunity, we then seek to have very interactive aspect where we look through to increase the leadership and inclusion of African scholars in global development research. We know that, and as Executive Director Carson presented this morning, we have very little representation of African researchers. So one of the things we seek to do is to ask ourselves, what can we potentially do to significantly change this landscape and change the statistics? So we therefore need to do that. We need to look at the barriers. We need to review the opportunities. We need to ask ourselves what has worked, what has not worked, and what then do we need to change within the overall pipeline. So activities here you see will include aspects of building communities of like-minded individuals who are committed to change throughout the pipeline. We'll do data collection and analysis, and we will also publish the results. Most importantly, we will come up with frameworks of reference that can be used by donors, practitioners, those doing advocacy to ensure there is increased participation of African scholars amongst others that they can use to inform their programming. Next slide. So this is work that we started by dreaming about close to 2 years now. We thought that we would do this work in a relatively smaller scale initially, but then we found that there is so much that needs to be done. As a result, we started by forming a working group, and I thank some of us whom I've been seeing today participated in that virtual convention that we did in March. Sometimes mid-March we did this, and we looked at inclusion from different understandings of different stakeholders. We then made a team that's composed of both SIGA and NERA that will then look at each of the pipeline activities that are presented in the next slide. So, what are these activities? First, there is a component for higher education. There is a component for higher education. And in the component for higher education, we look at looking at the opportunities, the barriers and incentives within the different programs in global development research. And most importantly, look at where can we find opportunities to improve or develop existing curriculums. We also seek to map out the training and mentorship opportunities for African scholars, and then see how can we innovate around that. We are very particular with regard to not duplicating what is already happening, and so we are talking to so many partners and so many organizations that are already in this space, so that we can come up with more innovative innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of publication has been discussed quite often about who is doing what, when there is collaborative research, what kind of frameworks for recognition of others comes about. This has not been left behind. We'll be looking at this and saying, what does the landscape look like? The director showed this morning that our publications across the years has been increasing. But the question we are struggling with is the increment as inclusive as all of us would want it to be? And what can we do to make it even better? And lastly, matters policy. To say again, as we look at inclusion, how can we better disseminate results? How can we much more provide frameworks that policymakers can actually use, produce acceptable results, and ensure that the work is also effectively owned and better appreciated? Because we believe that if we have greater levels of inclusion, then work becomes more acceptable, and it could also be a way of ensuring that policy recommendations are implemented. And lastly, how can funders best drive this agenda? Just to give you a feel of some of us who participated in the March initiative, you can see there, we had a number of partners. In total, we had over 50 participants who attended this convention and really helped us to shape the initiative. Most importantly, we were able to brainstorm and have discussion around what really does success look like in this perspective. And I can assure you that from the initial discussion that we did and got from that convention, we were able to significantly transform our work and the design and the way we will do it better. So we asked ourselves, what does success look like? And that's a question that I will not want to answer myself, but we do have a panel that's coming over. I will invite Maya, who is the Associate Director at SIGA, to come over and introduce the panel and help us answer these questions. How does success look like? What are the barriers? And what are we gonna do in the next 1.5 years when we get the frameworks and the publications? Ladies and gentlemen, help me applaud and welcome Maya to introduce the panel.
Thank you so much, Amos. That was a great introduction. Can we have all the panelists come up, please? So while they're coming up, I'll start introducing them. Actually, maybe I'll wait. And unfortunately, we don't have one of our panelists, Dr. Juguna Ndungu, who couldn't make it, who is from the African Economic Research Consortium. Thanks everyone for coming up. So I'll start introducing everyone. So over here we have Amy Hare, who's a policy manager at JPAL Africa. Next to her we have Chris Chibwana, who's a program officer at the Hewlett Foundation. We have Fiona Moeges, who is the executive director of the Mawazo Institute. Tony Vayange, who is the executive director of PASCR, the Partnerships for African Social and Governance Research, and also an East Fellow a long time back. And Jane Mariara, who's executive director of Partnerships for Economic Policy. So before I jump into the questions, and I'm going to stand here because there's no space for me there, but I'll just tell you kind of the objectives of the panel. So we heard from Amos that we're starting this new initiative, and we really wanted to call upon this panel of experts to help us frame both the barriers and opportunities for inclusion of African scholars in global development research, and also unpack a little bit about what we mean by that. So I hope you all will participate as well. I will have a lot of time for questions at the end. So it would be great to start us out. This will go to everybody, to just take about 1 minute each and tell it. There's a two-part question. So the first is, what do you see as the barriers and opportunities for African researchers to lead development research? And to also please describe your own work as it relates to this space. So we can start over here with Amy.
Hello. Great. Well, thank you, Maya and others, for including us in this panel. I'm really honored to be here, and it's lovely to see everybody in person. So I guess if I have to think of the key barriers and opportunities for African scholars, I'm sure my colleagues will be able to give a lot more nuance to these areas. But I think from a JPAL perspective, we really see that the barriers kind of fall into three main buckets. So there are challenges related to research funding, which is something that JPAL is really trying hard to fill. The next sort of barrier is around networks and kind of access to these networks, especially within academia. I think they're within African scholars. Often these sort of barriers to networks are kind of amplified by geography, along with other sort of key barriers within academia. And then I think the third barrier is around training and having the access to the appropriate training. I think from a JPAL's perspective, we look at randomized evaluations, so having the sort of key training within that space is really necessary and one of the barriers that we see. And so I think from JPAL, we are, part of our work within supporting African scholars is to open up more research funding within our different research initiatives to be able to have more local researchers running these randomized evaluations with the intention that we have more local researchers sort of driving the research agenda on the continent. And yeah, I'm going to pause there and hand over to Chris, who I'm sure will give us.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. So I think from a funder perspective, so I work for the Hewlett Fund. I think one of the key barriers is just where the power lies. So power is really centered for that have the money, the people that are funding research. Now, the government has every right. the UK government and the US government have every right to want their citizens to lead research that they're funding. African governments aren't investing in research, and therefore it's very difficult for African citizens to have those opportunities to lead research. Now, I think the challenge with sort of collaborations and inclusive research is that if the funding is coming from the North, well, the questions that are going to be investigated will be determined already. And by the time that African researchers are brought into the conversation, the agenda has been set. Contracts have been signed, those questions are final. And so any optimization that we're going to do is just going to be on the margins. And so I think there's need for African governments to invest in research, but I think also, even when that's not possible, there's an opportunity for philanthropy, I guess non-government philanthropy, so private philanthropy like the Hewlett Foundation, to help advocate for more inclusion and more balanced power in defining the research agenda and defining who conducts the research.
Thanks, Chris. I think everything that's been said is already covering quite a bit, but I think what I'd like to add to that is one of the barriers is the ability for our institutions to actually even have the capacity to lead on some of these projects. Do they have the ability to run the big grants and the big projects? If we built that capacity, will then funders be more willing to trust us to run these big projects and run it from this side? And I mean, coming from the Mawazo Institute, which is really an organization that supports African women in research and making sure that their voices and ideas are really leading and pushing for solutions to the development problems. Another issue is changing how, the ecosystem of our research institutions to allow for inclusivity, to allow for researchers to bring their whole selves to their research. The way things are, I feel like we've created an environment where we're missing a lot of voices just because they feel they can't fit in or they don't have the right background or approach to come and do research. And I think we need to do more to really support and really inspire that creativity and that curiosity in our people, so that they can also come in and bring their ideas and bring curiosity for new solutions to our problems. I think I will leave it at that, and I'll pass it on to you, Tony.
All right, thank you so much. This is exciting, very much so. First, let me, because you had asked us to say something about our organization, and my colleagues never took that chance, I'm going to take it. So what is PASCA? Partnership for African Social Governance Research is a Pan-African organization, roughly about 11 years since inception, operating in over 26 countries in Africa, with key mission of advancing research in public policy and governance in the continent. So if you're interested, the poster is outside. I'm doing some marketing. I hope I'm allowed. Now, go to the question. What are the barriers? What are the opportunities? Let me start off with some of the barriers. What I tend to see and what we see in our work is competition vis-a-vis complementarities at the institutional level. We all know I'm an economist, and the economists, we have ego. We tend to think that our discipline is superior than any other social scientist, for example. So that has limited collaborations across multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and cross-disciplinaries in Africa. I think that's a barrier that has really limited in answering complex public policy challenges that the continent is facing, which would require not only an economist eye, it also requires a social scientist eye, social sociology eye, and so on and so forth. The second barrier that I would like to register is the poor visibility of African research and research output. African research is not visible. And in many cases, and as Amos said, publication, co-authorship are skewed towards the West. I think it's about time now we decolonize African research, allowing African scholars getting visibility. I like what I see here because this is a true representation of what actually collaboration means. Most of the research work that is presented in this summit includes a lot of African scholars. This is not necessarily the case in many parts of the continent, and I think that needs to be addressed. And finally, on the barriers, William Estley wrote a book, Tyrant of Experts. For those who have read that book, you know, tyrant of experts, having Western voices discoursing African research. Are we supposed to be there now? The answer is no. We need to build the capacity so we do away with tyrant of experts. Instead of African research being dominated by the Western voices, it needs to be dominated by the African voices. Capacity is here, people are educated, population is coming up, and we have everything possible to do that. What are the quick opportunities that I can mention? I think based on my first point, we need to actually create an opportunity for adopting multidisciplinary research approaches that includes different disciplines, economists, geographers, historians, coming together to answer some of the pressing public policy questions and challenges. We need to encourage and promote African published scholars and journals that are African-oriented. Most of the time we see when you publish in the West, then you become, it doesn't mean that Africa doesn't have indigenous knowledge that is actually very lucrative, very good. So we need to promote that. We don't see that often. My organization is at the forefront of championing such efforts. And I think finally, the last 2 points is, fourth industrial revolution is here. We are talking of youth unemployment bulge. 1.3 billion people in Africa, 70% are youth below 30 years. 65% are youth below 25 years. So there are opportunities to do very good research that can have impact on policy in the continent. And finally, I think there's an interest in the donor community, Chris mentioned, about where the power lies. And donors now are very keen on collaborative work. And what is the composition in the teams? I think that's an opportunity that we need to tap. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think a lot has been said, so I'll try not to repeat everything. The first one, I do agree that one of the key barriers is the research capacity. I know we can say that we've come from very far. Of course, where we were, maybe if you think about 20 years ago, purpose 20 years ago, I'll talk about that. Where we were 20 years ago is not where we are. We have come a long way. But I know from where I sit that the research capacity in the global South, Africa especially, is still not quite what we require for us to be able to compete or to participate very well in development research. And we have raw skills, or raw proposal writing skills, so that even though there are a lot of opportunities now, I know funding is a problem, but there are increasingly more and more opportunities. But we do find that, for instance, maybe we'll call for proposals. We want to fund 15 proposals. We get 300 proposals, but so many of them are very poorly written. So there's a lot of skill development that we still need in our systems. And I think most of us have read maybe some studies that have been done in the past, which have talked about the raw maybe literacy skills that we are still having in some parts of Africa, even in Kenya. Because sometimes you look at even from lower levels, maybe you expect a child in a grade 8, for instance, to be able to read and write, but you find that they do not have that proficiency. And it starts from that low level, then going higher. You find that we do not have the capacity. Second, I think funding, lack of adequate funding has been spoken about, but maybe I would want to emphasize the fact that there's always the opportunity cost, there are time constraints, and therefore, how do you incentivize researchers to be able, even when there's some funding, to be able to allocate adequate time for research? Because there are a lot of competing activities which are not necessarily remunerated. Because of the type of infrastructure that we have maybe in our countries, you find that researchers or even academicians who tend to spend a lot of time in unproductive activities and therefore cannot take advantage even of the retro research funding that there is. Of course, there's the issue of the research infrastructure and equipment. We are still not where we should be. Libraries not always very well equipped. I think the challenge of ICT It's of course improved a lot, internet connectivity, but I think the real challenge has been realized during the COVID lockdowns, because we know there are areas where even universities have been able to go on with their education programs through online teaching. But the others that we know that at best we are cheating ourselves, because if you look at the more remote areas of our countries, where university students are, for sure we know they can't really access the internet, and you are saying that education has been going on online. And then finally, maybe just a fourth point is the fact that we still have relatively low access to conferences and seminars for people in Africa, the Global South. And I agree with my colleague that this is a very good case where we have so many locals that are able to come. What we know and what our research has shown, and I think we all know, is that sometimes important development conferences, economic conferences, maybe based on work from the South, will take place in the North. And then the question is, how many scholarships then are we able to give to our researchers to go participate in those conferences? But why am I talking about conferences? Because we know that they'll provide the networking opportunities for our younger researchers to be able to interact with others and to sharpen their skills, or even just to be challenged to know that they can actually do better. In terms of the opportunities, I will not repeat what has been said. I'll talk about now what we do ourselves as PEP. So Partnership for Economic Policy is a global think tank. We support capacity development in the Global South in research and policy engagement. I want to emphasize policy engagement because we go beyond training. We provide funding for research, but then our funding is more intensive on the mentorship, both scientific and mentorship in policy engagement, because we pair our researchers with policy mentors who can actually help them ensure that the research is policy engaged. So the opportunities that we are providing then will go beyond just funding research. We'll go to mentorship. We provide access to libraries. We've done this over the last 20 years in collaboration with IDRC. We provide subsidized software. So for projects that we support, we ensure that we acquire the software for our researchers, and then we do support them to hold national policy conferences and also give them international conference grants. And finally, we give them incentives to publish in good journals by providing editorial services for the papers that are produced from our work. We ensure that we support them to have the work reviewed internally, or even where we have to pay for that review before they can submit to journals. And then where we can support open access publication, we do that, and we give publication incentive grants after they have published in a certain tier of journal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Can we just have a round of applause? I was so inspired by it. I was taking furious notes during that whole thing. So thank you so much for sharing all of that. So almost showed you the kind of framework that we're using before, where we're talking about the pipeline from higher education all the way to policy impact. So I want to focus on the first part of the pipeline, which is higher education. So some of our panelists have already touched on this. Jane just touched on capacity strengthening. But I want to direct this to Tony and Fiona, because I think you have a lot of experience in this. And of course, if anyone else wants to weigh in, feel free. But the question is, what strategies show the most promise in terms of strengthening the higher education pipeline for aspiring African social scientists? So Fiona, I'll turn it to you first.
Thank you, Maya. So for us, what we found through the work that we do at Mawazo, we do a lot of surveying. I think our fellows are kind of tired of us sending them surveys, but it's the best way to get a snapshot of the reality of the things that they're facing, and how some of our interventions are helping. And we found that definitely mentorship is a really big one. And mentorship, we kind of tie it to our networking approaches, in that, you know, mentorship can give them access to experts, but we have to go beyond that. We have to think about what other support do they need. And so we have a networking activities that include peer-to-peer. So we really try to create a community amongst our fellows to support each other through the journey of doing a PhD, being researchers, being African women researchers in places where they're often the minority. But we've also tried another approach where because we realized there was something missing. You know, with mentorship, and you've got an expert that's a senior person, and there's certain things you don't want to go to them because you don't want to seem as if you don't know. And then peer-to-peer, you also don't want to seem, you know, like you can't do things to your peers. So we kind of figured there was a gap there. And so we ran a pilot program where we had our alumni come on board as kind of, kind of like support. We didn't even call them anything, you know, like mentors or anything. It was really a support program where our current fellows had the opportunity to reach out to the alumni. And the alumni were compensated for their time, and they could ask them whatever it is they needed support on. And the support they needed ranged from everything from, you know, can you help me write an academic manuscript? Can you help me review this proposal I've written? To really personal things around how to balance, you know, their life as African women and researchers, how to deal with really sensitive issues within their research labs. And we found it interesting because they couldn't reach out to their peers, and they didn't want to reach out to their mentors, and they clearly weren't getting the support in their lab. So that support system, for us, whether that's through mentorship, through networking, has been so extremely powerful to build their confidence and build their ability to get opportunities. And then the other thing is training. And I'm sure Tony will touch on more, but for us, the training in things that are not at all technical. So really and I don't like to use the word soft skills, but really those really nuanced skills around public speaking, how to communicate their research, how to do policy engagement in a way that is effective, how to think even just about their research beyond their lab, beyond their research sphere, beyond academia. Like how can, you know, to really get them to think about the bigger picture, so to ensure that their ideas and their creative, their very curiosity-driven approaches to their research is really influencing things where impact is happening, you know, whether that's innovation, whether that's policy making. So yeah, the training of providing the training on the other side of research is what we've found has been really, really powerful too. And of course, research funding, providing flexible research funding beyond things that are very specific to their research, providing grants that allow them to travel to conferences, that allow them to access, you know, workshops that are not necessarily in their field, but could support them in their career down the line for impact. And so, yeah, for us, that's what we found has been the most impactful on our end. So, yeah, I'll hand over to you, Tony.
You have said what I wanted to say. Now I have nothing to say. All right, thank you, Fiona. I won't go into mentorship, and Fiona has really alluded to that very well. So mine is basically 4 points. One is from PASCA's perspective, and maybe just a minute to talk a little bit about PASCA. We have three arms. One is research and policy, which focuses on generating evidence in public policy and governance in the continent. The second arm is higher education, where we run 3 programs, Masters in Research in Public Policy, which we are running across 14 universities in 8 countries in the continent. We have a doctoral program in public policy, which we are running in 3 regional hubs: West Africa, University of Ibadan; East Africa, University of Nairobi; South Africa, University of Pretoria. And we have pedagogical leadership, which I'll talk about shortly. And the last arm is professional development and training, which I'm happy to say we partnered with NIERA to build capacity of early career researchers in building new skills to do their research better. Now, what we see in our work is collaborations between universities. The 3 programs that I talked about in the higher education, they are running concurrently across the universities. So for example, for the master's and the doctoral program, we have the same curricula that is being taught across different countries, different universities. And we also allow in-regional exchange programs between students, meaning students in Kenya can actually go and study in South Africa and so on and so forth. During COVID, for example, we had a crisis in Nigeria where University of Ibadan teaching staff demonstrated and classes were stopped. Our PhD students were easily transferred to South Africa because it's the same curricula, the same program, the same funding program. So that for us, we find that collaboration is key. Building collaborative programs is key. We are currently in the pipeline of developing a very innovative approach we call PASCA Plus. Plus stands for People Learning, Understanding, and Sharing, which will bring together African scholars from students, senior scholars, sharing data, sharing research. And once it's ready, you will see. Please keep in touch with our website. Now, the second element that I want to talk about is institutional capacity building and support program to deliver. And I'll talk about one key program that we've done. It's called PEDO. PEDO is Pedagogical Leadership in Africa. You can Google on your phone, you will see. Pedagogical Leadership in Africa, so far we have trained lecturers in 159 universities in the continent across 11 countries. We have trained over 3,000 lecturers. It's about pedagogy. You can be a very good economics professor, but you are terrible at teaching. And we know this is a fundamental problem in our universities. How do we teach teachers how to teach? Because that has an impact whether you are going to create a critical mass of students who actually love the subject and become experts in that field. So we are investing a lot in building capacity, pedagogical leadership, especially with the onset of COVID-19, blended learning. How do we balance the two? They are old professors. When you ask them to log in, they have no clue even how to log in. How do you teach effectively online? How do we engage students? We have seen our program having a huge impact, and as we speak right now, we're actually expanding to Francophone Africa in executing this innovative way of addressing pedagogy in Africa. The third I would like to talk about is scientific retooling of students. And this is part where we talk about professional development and training. We have what we call Method Institute. We have Advanced Research Institute. And we are currently partnering with our colleagues in the global north, where we want also to allow African researchers not only to learn, but also to share. So, for example, we know randomized controlled trial, they are very new. Not so many African scholars know about that. How do we build a pipeline of African scholars who are privy to or are open to the current practices, best practices in research in the continent? So our professional development training allows for that. And our researchers, we have quite a number of them, policymakers, always come back and say, what training are you offering now? What training are you offering? For those who are following PASCA online, in March, jointly with NIERA, we did a training on impact evaluation for public policy. And we had students from 8 countries, including the West, Germany, Nepal, attending online. So you can see the impact of building that capacity that is needed in the continent. And finally, my last point is on sustainability, diversity and for capacity building. How much are we investing? Jane has talked about it. Sustainability is key because most of these interventions are short-lived, 3, 4, 5 years, then what next? So for PASCA, we are creating sustainability plans in place. Of course, endowment fund, reserve fund, to make sure that in time when funds dry, we are still able to continue. But most importantly, we're investing heavily on social capital. So for example, on the PEDO program, we institutionalize these universities such that they're able to take it up themselves, to the extent that they don't have to rely on PASCA or our donors to support such activities. So we also invest heavily on social capital, building the capacity of the relevant universities, building the ecosystem where, in the absence of PASCA, things will still move. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Fiona and Tony. Those are great responses. So I want to talk a little bit about funding here. I think we've brought this up several times, and I want to just explore that a little bit with Chris and Amy, who are both kind of research, well, yeah, Amy's a research funder too, and talk about, speak to a little bit about the role of funders doing a good job supporting inclusive research. And so I'm curious about your thoughts about how, I think a lot of us are aware that there's been various approaches to funding African scholars, so that includes very explicitly saying this competition, this research funding is only for African scholars. Sometimes it's implicit. There's different ways of doing this. So if you have any thoughts on, how we can best do this, yeah, Chris and Amy, I'll let you go ahead.
Sure, good question. So I think I see the role of funders, one of the roles of funders is to, and basically for good or worse, they're the ones that are defining the rules in development. Right, so if BMGF comes and says, this is important, like all the NGOs will jump on that and because BMGF says it's important. And so I think the signaling effect that donors have to just point organizations and people to the values that I think we should be doing our work, we should be using for our work, I think that signaling effect cannot be ignored. And so whether it's explicitly or whether it's implicitly, if nothing is being done, I think using the power of philanthropy to ensure that action starts to be taken, I think is something that's very important. Now, I think another role that funders have, and I think this is something that the Hewlett Foundation is very much committed to, is supporting the strengthening of the knowledge ecosystem in Africa, or in the global south more broadly. I think we heard about capacity. Jen mentioned that there's a lack of capacity. I do think that there is capacity. I think the issue is trust. The Hewlett Foundation follows what we call trust-based philanthropy, which is we trust your organization, we trust that you know what's good for your countries, we trust that you can manage resources, including financial resources, and we'll give you the money and we'll see you in a year. Give us a report after the year, tell us what you did. I think that's what philanthropy should be doing. Unfortunately, it's not the case. I think Hewlett is probably the extreme in that regard, but we need to be able to trust local organizations, local think tanks, local universities, that if we give them the resources, they will use those resources responsibly, they'll do what's right, because after all, they're the ones who care about these issues more than we do, because I mean, if you're a citizen of Tanzania and you're working on research in Tanzania on food security, that affects you, it affects your family members that are living in Tanzania. And so people really care about these issues and they're committed to doing the right thing. And so I think philanthropy in general, funders, donors, should really just trust the organizations that are in this room, the organizations that are doing this hard work.
Great, thanks, Chris. Yeah, I think so. JPAL's in an interesting position because we both are funded by the Hewlett Foundation, and we also act as funders in that we fund African scholars as grantees. So, I mean, I think if I think about the role of funders in this sort of broader sort of ecosystem, I'd say that their role, it would be exciting if there were more funders doing more of this work, of course. But I think part of that role in them doing more is also kind of facilitating and ensuring that we are collaborative amongst groups who are kind of working towards a similar goal. So I think that there's just there are so many opportunities between groups who are either supporting African scholars or African scholars themselves to work collaboratively and to find synergies across groups, so that we aren't as sort of siloed and that we can kind of learn as a group. And I think donors have quite a lot of power in being able to facilitate those sort of collaborations. So really excited about CEDA as one of those sort of examples, and hopefully we can do more of that. We do have an inclusive development research working group that we're really we meet quarterly, and I think this is just one of the opportunities where we're kind of kick-starting that collaboration and trying to find exciting ways to work together. And then I guess from the different approaches as a funder, so putting my funder hat on, I mean, I don't know if I can speak to all the approaches, but the one that JPAL uses is sort of earmarked funding within certain research initiatives, for specifically for African scholars. And yeah, I mean, is it successful? I think I would hope so. It may be a little bit early to say, but we have funded a number of scholars. So I think there are 38 researchers that we've funded so far, which is really exciting. A couple of them I've seen in the audience, which is exciting too. And this is with 26 different projects, both sort of pilot and proposal development grant projects across 2 different research initiatives. And yeah, I mean, I think they've been successful in that we've been able to match in mentors from the JPAL network to be that sort of support that Fiona was talking about in a way. And we have a number of new research initiatives that are also going to be bringing in their own African Scholars programs. So watch this space when it comes to the other sort of sectors that might also have African Scholars.
Thanks so much. Does anyone want to comment from a non-funder perspective on what Amy mentioned? Or we can move to the, yeah, go ahead.
I can maybe just say quickly, you know, what Hewlett does is quite incredible. For us, what has really helped is operational support to really build our capacity to absorb more funding so we can do more work. And so having that trust in us has allowed for us to be really kind of like creative in what we want to do, to really listen to the needs of our beneficiaries and try new things. So yeah, just to say that, you know, that kind of flexible funding and really building those relationships with your beneficiaries or yeah, who are going to get the funding is so important. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Anna. Go ahead.
Mine, I just wanted to add, I think, Chris, you have made a very good point. Trust is key. A few weeks ago, we had a conversation about rethinking development cooperation for Africa. And I would like to I made one observation, I'm going to make it again. Donors in the room, give us open checks. Let us set the agenda. Give us open checks. And let us set the agenda. So in addition, that's the essence of trust. Because you're giving me money, let me decide what is a priority for me and trust that I'll be able to deliver. So give us open check and let's work on trust. Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, James, yeah.
Okay, interesting. I think very interesting, especially the last comments, my colleague here, because then we also need to escalate it to the next level. I think we are funded and then we are also funding. So we are also donors. And in a way, that trust also, we also do have that relationship. Of course, we know there are risks in trusts. And even us where we are sitting and where the others are sitting, there are risks. But I think over time, I think what we've learned is that even researchers, someone who sits down and diligently writes a proposal, they know what they want. And so when you give them the grant, they actually execute it. It's only that the point is that we still need to work with them. Okay, for us, I know it's a bit different, and I'll say that because I know we have some researchers here, that some years back, I think in 2016, we had a review of our programs by one of our fathers, actually DFID. And one of the things that they made us adopt is what we call deliverables that are, payments that are based on deliverables, so that you don't always give the money up front. And I know researchers wonder where that comes from, but it's kind of you incentivize delivery. This does not mean that you do not trust, but what we have discovered is that over time, actually, it even improves the quality of the deliverables, because a researcher knows that, okay, if I work on this proposal, if I work on this paper published in a very good journal, I'm going to get so many dollars at the end of it. But of course, there's a shortcut where maybe in some cases you give out the funds, but you don't necessarily get the level that you want. So I think there's we have to look at both sides. Trust is very important. We have it both ways, from the father to us and even us to the fathers. But let researchers not ask why do we sometimes have those conditionalities. Sometimes it's for just to ensure that we get the quality that we really want. Thank you.
Thank you. Always so much to say about funding. So we have about 10 minutes left of my questions, and we want to shift to the audience questions, so we can keep the next responses kind of brief. But I want to make sure to talk about governments and policy making, because all of us are interested in evidence-informed policy. We had an amazing panel this morning. We heard from the minister. So I want to talk about this first in terms of how you've all had so much experience, I think, with engaging governments to sort of to stimulate demand, to co-create research agendas, and kind of enhancing the relevance of African researchers. Okay, I messed this up. I'm going to start this over. So the question is, how can African researchers engage governments to stimulate demand, co-create research agendas with policymakers, and enhance the relevance of their research? So if anyone wants to speak to that, I don't have, yeah, Jane, you could go first.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I'm happy to answer it because I think it's one of the things that we do maybe very intensively and what we believe we do very well. And I'll look at it, maybe 3 quick points that the best thing that we can do it first is to ensure that our researchers engage governments from the earliest stage of their project. Actually, as we insist at the conception of the project, so that then the government officers help our researchers to think more about the policy issue at the ground, or more of the policy questions, because the researcher will come with a research question, but does that research question really address the policy problem at hand? That is the first one. Then the second one is more of a strategic approach, and it's a question of even if you are working with policymakers, even if you are addressing a policy question, what are the stakeholders that you need to engage with? What are the policy stakeholders and also other stakeholders, because we know it's not just about the policymakers. There are quite a number of stakeholders who will be interested in this. And then once you know them, then what will be the best way to reach out to these stakeholders? And over time, from our experience, this has led us to start what we call policy outreach mentorship. And this is where I mentioned earlier that for each of the projects that we do now since 2019, we ensure that we are pairing our researchers with a policy advisor. Someone who knows about research, but who also knows about policy issues, policy design, policy implementation. They will work with them together with the policy makers to ensure that they are asking the right question, they are engaging with the right stakeholders, and at the right time, so that in the end, the work leads to impact. And finally, we have what we call the research co-production, that we will not fund any project that is just by researchers alone. They must be paired with at least 1 or 2 policymakers in the research team. So from the inception to the end, they'll have to work together. And this one has actually, again, led to a lot of engagement or actual adoption of our work by policymakers. Not just that work, but going forward. If we have more time, I can talk about it.
Thanks, Jane. I think that I'm just going to move to my final question so I can give the audience some time. So just keep this to like a 10-second, 20-second response. And I want to know if so we've talked so much about, we're all doing so much, we're doing so many efforts here to improve the landscape. And so if all of our efforts are successful, how will the development research space look different 5 years from now? So we'll start with Amy and we'll go down the line.
It's a big question. Yeah, I mean, I think that there are 3 big things that I could think about for the next 5 years. I think I would be really excited if, one, we could have more African scholars leading the research agenda in sub-Saharan Africa. And I think having more scholars from Francophone Africa would be fabulous too. The second bucket is around more collaboration across groups who are supporting this work. So finding ways to work together and finding those synergies to really enhance the work as a collective. And then the third is around kind of the South-to-South collaboration. JPAL is working on an African Scholars Program, but we also have an Indian Scholars Program. So I think in the next 5 years, I would love to see more collaborations and learnings across the different regions, just as a way to enhance the work overall.
Yeah, I think for me, success would be we come back here in 5 years and we're not having this conversation about the inclusion of African scholars in development research.
Goodness. For me, I think seeing definitely more first authorship by African scholars, seeing really collaborative, really like interdisciplinary collaborative projects happening with expertise from all different fields coming together and being able to really communicate with each other really well. I think that would be really great to see. And my final point, which I've lost now, I think would be. Goodness, I've lost my thought there. But yeah, if it comes back,
happened to me too.
All right. Thank you, Maya. Wow, what do I expect to see in 5 years? So let me start with the last one, which is important. I hope, if I still will be alive, to see a think tank of think tanks. One think tank of think tanks. Why am I saying that? What we see in the continent, in many countries that I've been going to, in one country you have A, B, C, D think tanks. They're all going to the government with the same evidence and confuses the policymakers. So can we curate and synthesize that evidence so that what is communicated with, to the policymakers is synthesized? I think that's key. I would love to see that happening. I would like to see in the next 5 years, there's a critical mass of well-trained African researchers who are taking ownership. Of course, now we are talking of decolonizing knowledge. I think it should be talking, it should be walking now and doing it. So in the next 5 years, I would like to see some statistics. How many African scholars have been trained in what disciplines and how many are leading in publishing, in leading this research across the continent. I would like to see more of visibility of African researchers' work, particularly the indigenous and local knowledge being captured to inform policymaking. I think this is key. You know, as much as there are models that are developed from the Western countries, which are good, can they be contextualized to reflect African realities? I think that is very key. And finally, I would like to see strengthened institutional capacities. We are seeing a lot of NIERA people trained, DIWA people are being trained, each institutions here are training. Can we see more institutional capacity in the next 5 years? I think that is possible. And we have Hewlett here in the room. They are listening, so I think, Chris, take note and go back, tell them we need more money in that space. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Where I would want or expect to see this in 5 years, I would emphasize locally led, policy engaged research led by people from Africa or from the Global South, because we look at the Global South in general. Of course, to get there, it's not just about what we are doing. I think, as we've said, the funders in the room, we need more funding. We still need more funding because there are so many aspects. But I think what I want to say most important is that I think all of us here, we are committed to seeing more participation, more representation of people from the Global South in this debate, in this work. And I will refer you to our poster because recently, early in the year, actually, PEP, we launched a call to action on how we can promote participation of people from the Global South in this work, in this debate. So please get to the poster. We'll talk more about that. But really, I think, as my colleague here said, we are all doing this. I'm seeing this as what the Southern Voice does, bringing think tanks together. But we can't be sitting in this room and we are all talking about doing the same thing and then not think about collaboration. So I think I just want to thank the organizers for thinking about this initiative. But I think you still need to do more to bring us together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Can we move to any questions from the audience? There, at the back. I see two at the back. So please direct your questions to a specific panelist if you can. Can someone had a question at the back, right? Can we get him get the microphones? please raise your hands high. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to the panelists for those insightful comments. My name is Martin from Pasga. One question to Chris. Could you tell us a little bit what Hewlett is doing to deal with the issue of power imbalance that we can learn from? And to the panelists, I didn't hear anything about the growing commercialization of knowledge generation in the continent. You know, the huge number of, PwC, Dalberg, McKinsey, taking lead in generation of public knowledge. And directly killing public generation of knowledge, which should be a public good. So it will be useful to, hear a reflection from the panel, what they think about this and how we can reverse this process. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's take two more and then the panel will respond.
Thanks.
Okay. Hello?
Okay. The issue of capacity of researchers has featured in most of these kind of forums. And even today, almost every one of the panelists did talk about capacity gap among the researchers in Africa. And I've always wondered that despite a lot of investment in capacitating the researchers, we are still having this conversation. I don't know whether there is any insights coming from the panelists, but I would like to make a proposal to this collaboration of inclusive development research, that perhaps we need to do some evidence generation to find out exactly what is happening, where are we going wrong, what are we not doing right, so that we can stop this conversation and start talking about Africa researchers do have the right skills.
Hello. So I want to raise 2 points for the panel. Hello again. Yeah. Related to the role of government in promoting collaborative research between, or at least in the inclusion of African researchers in development research. I think the role of government is not as much emphasized in this panel, I have to say. So when we think of development research inclusion, you guys talked about starting from higher education training all the way up to policy making. But one of the challenges of African researchers is that the incentive structures in higher learning institutions is so misaligned that it's so disincentivizing even for the most talented researchers to continue producing research. And if there is no sort of incentive structure well aligned, then basically that kills the motive and the drive. And that's, I think, how are you guys approaching governments to actually realign the incentive structures in higher education institutions so that they emphasize and sort of reward research among African scholars? And the second point is, recently I've noticed some developments in major journals such as Science and Lancet into recognizing the contribution of local research collaborators. And even they don't accept, for example, research publications which do not explicitly recognize local research collaborators from developing nations, for example. And how can funders like Hewlett or others can actually ensure that local African contributions are actually recognized in publications so that those local collaborators can actually get visible and sort of enhance future collaborations? Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. I think we have to cut off the questions and let the panel respond because I think everyone's eager to get to the happy hour. So those were a lot of questions. I'll let you all take them as you wish. Sorry, I'm not helping much.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I'll address the question that came of the capacity gaps, why they still exist, or whether they still exist. I don't know whether the person who asked the question, whether she does not believe they still exist. I think we already spoke about the barriers, because these are really the barriers to this capacity. When we are saying that there are barriers to research excellence, what are we saying? That really our researchers are not getting there. And sometimes it's not even a question of the training. Sometimes we are trained. How many maybe good researchers do we know? Students complete their PhDs in very good universities, even in the north. They come back, but because of maybe the nature of our economies, you come as a, okay, let me talk as a professor, because in my other hat, I'm a professor of economics from the University of Nairobi. You get this young scholar who has come back from PhD, and then immediately they are given so many classes to teach. They do not have time to actually concentrate on excelling in research. And therefore, when you come then to competing in terms of research, writing, publication, it becomes an issue. And then maybe such a student, such a scholar, you find that 10 years down the line, you find that they are not where you actually expected them to be. So you could think about systemic barriers, you could think about demand side and supply side factors. There are many factors. But where I'm sitting, I gave an example that we'll call out an expression of interest because we want to fund research. Sometimes you get over 300 applications, but you realize that even though you are going to build capacity of these researchers, there are very few of them who will actually be able to execute research independently on their own. And I'm sure there are many funders in this room, maybe including Sega, who have had that experience. Thank you. I think that's all.
Thanks. And Chris, do you want to take the question about funding?
Sure. So I'll speak about, I think there was a question that was directly addressed to the Hewlett Foundation and what we're doing to shift power in our grant making. So there are two things that we're doing. One is just looking internally within the foundation, how we're structured, how we're set up, how is the team, what's the team composition? And so I think some of you who are grantees will know that we had a transition within the evidence-informed policy-making team. And I think the deliberate decision that the foundation made was to bring in people that have lived experiences to oversee the portfolio. So I think within the EAP team, there's 5 people. I'm from Malawi. There's another person, Usenu, from Senegal. And then I work with Mai, who's from Brazil. And then there are 2 Americans on the team. And so trying to balance and bring in the perspective of people that have lived experiences so that we can actually relate better with the sort of challenges that researchers and organizations in the Global South face. So that's one thing. The second thing that we're doing is basically trying to increase the proportion of our funding that goes to organizations in the Global South. And so we did an analysis recently, and actually within our evidence-informed policy-making portfolio, we found that 63% of our grantees are from the Global South. But 43% of our funding goes to those organizations. So the bulk of the funding still goes to the fewer grantees that are from the Global North. And so that's something that we're continuing to work on to try and increase the amount of funding that goes to organizations in the Global South, but also just the number of organizations from the Global South that we're funding.
Thanks, Chris. Any last response to the incentive structures or any other question?
Yes. I wanted to give my thoughts on first the commercialization of research. I think commercialization is coming from capacity gaps, obviously, because we don't see Dalberg set in the United States. It's in Africa because there are gaps. Now, how do we address this? So I think, in my opinion, there are 2 angles that the government can actually intervene. One is regulation, putting in place policy response to respond to this commercialization of public good. But there could also be a backfire effect. Can it stifle innovation? Can it stimulate innovation? I don't know. So regulation could be one way to think about it. We all know research and development in sub-Saharan Africa is less than 1% of the GDP. So I think there's a concerted effort there for the governments to actually increase funding, locally led funding to support research, so much so that universities can compete with this private sector. On the question on the role of government and incentives, well, this is a broader public policy debate about budgeting, how much is allocated on health, on education. So as much as we might have as individual institutions, we build capacity, we invest in individual or departments or faculties, I think on a broader scale, you would need more wider intervention by the government. And there, of course, you can have politics also coming into play, which we may not necessarily be able to control. The last one, collaboration vis-a-vis recognition. There's an article that was released a couple of weeks of helicopter research. There's a statement in Cape Town that was released by African scholars to condemn the current practice where African scholars are being used passively. So this is the helicopter research. And I think the Cape Town statement that was released a few weeks ago is a good step in the right direction. And we need more of this. We need to condemn, we need to speak publicly that this is unfair. You cannot come to Africa, you start about African problems, and you don't acknowledge Africans. It's unfair. It's completely wrong. I cannot do that in Europe. I cannot do that in America. Why would someone else come in Africa and do that? Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I think we're gonna, do you wanna, okay. Okay, well, they'll all be here in the happy hour, so please keep asking questions. Can we have a big round of applause for the panelists? That was such an insightful panel. I took a lot of notes. So I'd love to just close us out for today. So thank you so much to all the presenters, to all the staff, to the poster presenters that contributed to today. So can we have a big round of applause? So some reminders. So we're going to have a cocktail reception in the same terrace. We're going to keep going with the poster presentations. I think I saw a lot of people moving around with the posters, so I'm not sure if we fully stuck to half before and half now, but feel free to go stand by your poster again and keep sharing with everybody as they come by. I think that, just want to remind everybody to keep your name badge for tomorrow, because this is going to serve as proof of negative COVID results. So you won't have to show any COVID results again tomorrow. Keep being diligent about masks. It's a lot of people in here, big room. I know we're taking a lot of precautions, but let's keep trying to keep that up. And posters are going to stay up tomorrow as well. So we'll start tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. So try to get here by around 8:45 if you can. So thank you so much.